Dungeon 42. By S. Jackson. Chapter 41. Natural Inclination. 2 days' ride from the dungeon, as sunset gave way to night, Elim ran through scrubs at the base of the mountains. In his arms was the surprisingly heavy form of the earth elemental hound, Marlowe. In the air around them was the angry hum of a sandstorm. Bolting into a crevice of stone, Elim fell to his knees, pulling his hood cloak up as soon as his arms were free. The raging stone-laden wind howled and descended as he sheltered the hound as best he could manage. "Fuck!" Elim hissed, as his back was pelted by stray rocks. Since his call with 42, things had been interesting. Starting with a swarm of scorpions and escalating to some kind of God's forsaken lynx-porcupine hybrid thing. He had one of its barbs buried in his thigh, and it stung with an unholy acidic tingle. Elim steadied his breath, pressing himself into the shade of the rock formation as deeply as he could. Marlowe let out a little whine. His right flank had been torn open, and he had a half-dozen barbs embedded in him. Elim wasn't sure if the muted reaction was a testament to the creature's hardiness or the insensitivity of stone. What he did know was that earth elementals bled a rich black loam. The sand cat, as he was calling it, had ambushed them just after a fight with an absurdly large snake. As the wind continued to rage, he drank a potion and felt the excruciating pain of the barb being forced out. Still better out than in, regardless. Just me, or was that bastard acting like it was personal? Elim asked when the wind died down. It's an element like me. This place is rich enough to let us come to be, but not to nurture many or strong ones. It wishes to grow, Marlowe explained. Seemed plenty strong to me, Elim growled irritably. He'd lost his spear and buckler in the initial assault and taken a painful pelting from a mini-cyclone of sand and rocks. With everything going on, he'd been too preoccupied to contact 42 again, but it couldn't wait. Not with the hound in such a state. Elim fired off a quick text and, a few minutes later, had access to several potions through the inventory. Not enough to leave. It's not strong enough to survive without a ley line, Marlowe said, whining slightly with every breath. Elim let out a hum of acknowledgement. He knew precious little about elementals or anything else magic. The hound could lie, and he'd have no idea, but he doubted Marlowe would. Elim took out a potion and poured it into his hand like a makeshift bowl. Marlowe lapped it up and whined louder as the barbs were forced out. The wound began to heal, though, and finally closed. My spear was totally useless, Elim mentioned. He should have landed a hit, but the weapon had caught in the creature's sand-like flesh and been torn from his hand and ruined. An enraged yowling reminded them they were not yet alone. The sand cat was still on the hunt. Am I right in assuming it will come after you foremost? Elim asked as he ran back the encounter in his mind. Yes, though like earlier, it will use any means it can. It's aware I'm your guardian, Marlowe explained. Elim nodded. The creature had gone at him, but when Marlowe interceded, the feint was revealed. The sand cat would have happily gutted him too, though. Outside the shelter of stones, the sand cat was on the prowl. Its attack with the desert winds had worked against it in the end, scattering the prey's scent. Unlike Marlowe, it was a being of wind, sand, and anger. It had begun as nothing and grown strong through the conquest of others. Then one day, its prey had run dry, leaving it without meaningful combat. To kill creatures of the flesh brought it no strength, and the novelty of their strange gurgling and wet deaths had quickly waned. The hound of earth and water wasn't stronger than it, but more robust than any of its previous prey. It would not let the opportunity for growth slip by. After nearly an hour of searching, it heard a baying call of challenge. The hound sounded enraged, and its fur-like exterior stood on end in sandy spikes in response. It would gladly come and meet the challenge. Unlike a lesser creature of its kind, it didn't lose its wits. It found the side canyon where the hound waited and examined it from a distance. It was a creature of the earth, but the stone ground would be of no use to it. Much how the sand was of little utility to the hound. Strangely the hound was sitting, calling out again after a little while. It was much more determined to face its demise than the cat was used to. But then, the two-legged wet thing was missing, likely dead. Such beings did not last long if struck with one of its barbs. A matter of no consequence to the cat, but the hound had clearly cared to keep that thing alive. Even taken damage to try and forestall its death. The cat didn't understand why that was, but didn't care either. It had used the way wet creatures protected small of their kind against them more than once. If the hound wished to lose its mind over such a thing, it would be happy to capitalize. Slinking in the shadows where the pale moon's light failed to reach, the cat moved forward to ambush the hound. Its shifting sandy hide let it blend in easily, and soon it was within striking range. There would be nothing left to chance this time. The hound was trapped on three sides, and it had nestled in its blind spot. After a still moment that felt like it stretched into an eternity, the cat sprang out to attack. Marlowe! Elim shouted as the cat attacked. Its claws passed through the open air where Marlowe had once been. Instead of the hound, the cat found itself sailing toward the human, and the last thing it knew was a flash of moonlit silver and the scent of ancient earth and iron. Sand exploded from where the cat's body had been as Elim's sword severed its neck. Sputtering, he cleared it from his mouth and nose but kept a careful hold on his blade. Ugh! Elim said, spitting and wiping at his eyes. Is it dead? Elim asked. He hadn't been sure the trap would work. He assumed now that it did since the cat hadn't taken advantage of his blindness to attack him again but still needed reassurance. No, Marlowe said placidly. Did it escape? Elim asked. Finally able to see again, he found the hound sitting in front of him, nudging something amber and faintly glowing toward him. What's that? Elim asked. The elemental core of the cat. It won't die until you destroy it, Marlowe explained, then nudged the crystal toward Elim again. What happens if I don't? Elim asked. He knew precisely nothing about cores other than stronger monsters had them, and they were worth money. If you knew where to sell them anyway, which he did not. It will feed on the ambient mana of the ley line and eventually respawn in its original form. If it's removed from here, it will lie dormant until it is taken somewhere suitable, Marlowe explained. Original form? It didn't start out looking half porcupine. Elim asked archly. No, merely as a cat, much as I am a hound. We become like that if we eat the core of others, Marlowe offered. Do you want to eat it? Elim asked. He felt like Marlowe was fine as he was, but that didn't mean the hound would agree. No, Marlowe replied flatly. I'll keep it then. We'll camp here tonight, and I'll get the horse back out in the morning, Elim said and pocketed the crystal-looking core. On some level, he'd known the moment his blade connected that he'd won. Asking had simply been to confirm, since he didn't trust the new instinct. Like much of his new class abilities and the occasional pop-up, they felt natural but unfamiliar. He glanced at the experience notice for the sand cat's partial demise before casting it aside. He'd check his total later, but for the moment, focused on bedding down for the night, he'd had a long day. Not so long he didn't take his sword out to clean it, however. The cat had been made of sand, but that didn't excuse negligence. He'd never used the sword in combat before, but had been meticulous about its care. It had always looked fragile to him, too thin and pitted, like something had eaten away at it. It was good enough for practice, but he only kept it at his side as a training weight. When he could afford a new one, it would be hung up on the cottage wall as a family heirloom. Like it always should have been. Once camp was set and Elim seated comfortably on his bedroll, he drew the blade. He found himself momentarily dazzled, moonlight reflecting unexpectedly in his eyes. Instead of a dull lace of what had once been a sword, he was faced with a whole blade, one with a mirror-like finish and a touch of rainbow sheen to the metal. Elim. Mistress 42's voice inquired. Elim didn't remember starting a call, but the link was open. Mistress, did you give me a new sword? Elim asked, touched and a little sad. He appreciated the new weapon but wanted the old one back if possible. It was a keepsake of his time training with his father, on top of being an heirloom. He didn't want it discarded just because it wasn't valuable. No? Oh, shit. I forgot to mention, I fixed your sword. Reforged it to get rid of the corrosion while you were unconscious. Is there a problem with it? Mistress 42 said, as if it really had just slipped her mind. Elim looked at the blade and had to wonder just how long he'd been unconscious for such a feat to be accomplished. No, mistress, it's performed beautifully, Elim said and chuckled. Good. I was shocked you were toting around a half-ruined stick of legendary metal, 42 replied. The sword had been blunt enough to be considered a stick, but Elim winced at that. Wait, legendary metal? Elim asked. Yeah, Gilnamar. It probably came to your family by way of the Mage Kingdom. Makes sense given that special trait of yours, 42 added. Mistress, I'll call you back soon, Elim said before disconnecting the call. Wide-eyed, Elim flopped on his back with his ray-sheathed sword laid on his stomach. His mind was spiraling as he took in everything he'd learned. Whatever else came to pass, he wasn't going to be getting a wink of sleep after all that. Sensing something amiss, Marlowe came over and gave Elim a lick on the cheek and curled beside his charge. The affectionate lick left a streak of mud in its wake. Elim didn't bother wiping it off. He'd wanted to hang a legendary blade from the mythical Mage's Kingdom on his cottage wall. He didn't know how to process his life anymore. Chapter 42. New Year's Countdown. For an entire week, I had a lovely workflow going. I had one of every base class represented for humans and a couple of the specializations. The fellas had been in the lead at first, but I'd balanced them out on the third day. Since then, I'd been buying in pairs. The first, but not last, lady was Dawn Hyacinth Iliac, a cleric. She'd selected a gold and yellow for her eye flames while the paladin, Heather Ellen Patella, who'd been summoned alongside her and their male counterparts, had chosen silver. It was nice to have a plan and still have time for side projects. With all of the needed crypts set up for the moment, I was working on one, carving a small disc of stone. I'd been playing with embedding mundane crystals into it and was starting to get a look I liked. A musical chime informed me I had a message, and I opened it excitedly. Mistress. I've encountered another village, so I've taken the opportunity to purchase more of your requested items. Your servant. Elim. Looking into my inventory, I found the new goods and felt ecstatic. After meeting some trouble on the way, Elim had made good time to the post town and was already well on his way home. Unfortunately, supplies were coming in rather slowly. Elim had done his best in the post town, but there had only been so much he could spend without drawing attention. Since then, he'd been discreetly buying goods at every stop as he hurried home, for which I was grateful. After some quick upgrades, I was off to the necropolis. Most of the things that had arrived were requests from the skeletons. There had been some initial awkwardness about asking me for them. Fortunately, the veterans were helping the new arrivals get comfortable, and the requests were flowing steadily now. 26 crypts total now lined 2 walls of the room. Unlike the initial alcove setup, they were all now rooms with unique entrances based on the occupant's preference. I would have smiled if I had a mouth. I distributed the newly arrived goods into the delivery boxes all the skeletons had with a few mental commands, but didn't send the usual group text to alert them. I'd requested they remain inside for 2 hours, and everyone was playing along. In a few hours, it would be the New Year according to system time, which was about a week earlier than the local New Year's Day. With my tithe met and my dungeon growing at a healthy clip every day, I'd been in the mood to celebrate. That was what my side projects had been devoted to for the last couple of days. Getting ready for the party. Should old acquaintance be forgot, and never brought to mind? I sang softly to myself as I worked. Snatches of the lyrics of Auld Lang Syne mixed with humming the tune as I placed tables and hung banners. I worked fast, draping tables, laying out games, and even placing cups. It would take a bit of work, but my cans of chaos beverage would refill themselves, so I distributed them to the tables. That the skeletons could drink them was something I only found out after finding Chris lounging in my chamber of machinations with a picture book in one hand and an empty can in the other. I chuckled at the memory. He'd been entirely disinterested in reading until I made some picture books myself. The local offerings were rather dry and difficult to read as compared to what I was used to. He'd been completely taken by surprise by my knockoff Goodnight Moon. For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for days of Auld Lang Syne, I sang as I finished distributing drinks. Next up was the part I'd been most excited about. At each table, I placed a poker tray with custom chips and cards. The cards were solid black with gold filigree on the back and the numbers and suits drawn in jewel tones. The chips were likewise black with an embedded crystal dome colored to look like my core in several colors with the year painted behind it but visible. On the other side were portraits. The portraits included a styled version of myself, the second a skeleton, the third the lava hounds. We were wearing party hats and the skeleton's eyes colored at random, so all the base classes were represented. It had taken some fiddling to make the denominations easily recognizable despite the amount of black, but I felt it worked out in the end. "Is that the song you sent us, mistress?" a rich voice inquired, causing me to jump. Turning around, I found myself looking at an amused assembly of 6 bards. Angelo Joseph Humorous was in the lead and had addressed me. "Is it already?" I lost track of time. "Yes, that's the song," I said cheerfully. I'd set it up so they'd come half an hour before the festivities were supposed to kick off. Everything was technically ready after the first hour, but I'd been fussing, trying to make things as festive as possible. "Hum the tune for us, and I'll note it down," Casper Andocious Humorous offered cheerfully. He was a pleasant man in general but had taken a particular shine to me after showing him my world's music notation system. They had all used different rather complicated ones between the 6 of them or just played by ear. Dutifully, I hummed the song, and he made his notes. I didn't doubt the lot of them could already play it without issue, even without the sheet music. Casper was the most passionate about it, but they all enjoyed adding to the small library they were building between themselves. A formal library, that was another worthwhile project to add to the necropolis. I added it to my to-do list. "The stage is yours tonight, but feel free to take breaks and whatnot," I said. The group gave me wry looks before heading over to set up. They had debated the color of their flames intensely for the first few days before settling on a pumpkin orange. I had a suspicion they would ask me to change it seasonally. I also had a strong feeling they would be Henry's best customers. Not all of the skeletons had taken to the idea of wearing clothing, but those 6 had with gusto. A fact which amused me to no end because it was like realizing a certain cartoon duck didn't wear pants. The other skeletons were naked, and I couldn't unsee it. I was laughing at my own dirty mind when finally, it was time. Everything was as ready as it was going to be, and the bards warmed up. From the crypts, the other skeletons started emerging, only to pause at the colorful scene. I'd chosen black and green with silver for my colors. The tables quickly started to fill, though not many opted to put on the supplied party hats I'd made. I expected that, however, though I was wearing mine, the ribbon tied neatly in a bow under my chin. Music began playing, drinks were flowing, games were played, and I felt awkward as hell. An unexpected complication I honestly should have seen coming. No one was rude or unwelcoming, but as I approached a table, its occupants would invariably start to quiet down, and I felt like I was making it hard to have fun. An idea that seemed increasingly plausible as I considered exactly what I was to them. I was their boss, not a co-worker. Shit. I hovered a while awkwardly, feeling like the skeletons were all discreetly staring at me. Thankfully it wasn't long before everyone was distracted by Chris tying a party hat to his face and doing an impression of some kind of bird. That took the edge off and I rallied. The return of my resolve didn't last terribly long. After putting in some effort to make sure I greeted everyone pleasantly and tried to be social, I snuck out. It wasn't hard, since I picked my moment carefully. The skeletons were all fairly engaged with various card games or drinking chaos soda. I felt like no one would notice me but made sure to be particularly discreet. What was a little tricky was figuring out where I wanted to go. The New Year and refresh wouldn't happen for another hour. I didn't feel like working on a project or visiting the hounds. They were asleep at the moment, and I didn't like to bother them when they rested. "Mistress," Henry called. His voice followed a moment after the liquid sound of passing through the mirror. "Yes? Can I help you?" I asked, fumbling a bit as I tried and failed to cover up my unease. I'd been outside for a while but hadn't expected anyone to leave the necropolis. Like the bards, Henry was dressed, his clothes expertly cut to fit his narrow fleshless frame. Glittering black thread picked out a ribcage design against the jet fabric. He'd leaned into the differences between his form and a mortal's, accentuating it. Not as such. I was feeling a bit overwhelmed, Henry said awkwardly. I nodded, understanding how that could be. Even without feeling like I was making things uncomfortable for others, I hadn't really been okay. I liked planning the party and mingling at first, but the excitement had waned quickly. Without more experience, I couldn't be sure, but I suspected I had a bit of social anxiety. Not the worst hang-up to have, but still rather inconvenient. Care to take a stroll with me then? I asked on impulse. That sounds nice, Henry said, hesitant but not unwilling. Unsurprisingly, given his usual manners, he offered me his elbow, and I accepted it. It was a bit of a walk, but soon enough, we were at the chamber where the descent into the dungeon proper began. I raised a ramp and led Henry up to the little sitting area I'd been fiddling with overlooking the valley. "This is outside?" Henry asked, awed. I made a lucky mistake and learned I could buy exterior tiles too. I plan on converting the valley into part of the dungeon over time, I explained simply. Have a seat if you like, I added, after depositing myself on the bench. It had started as a plain bit of stone, but I'd carved it to look like filigree at this point. Henry hesitated but joined me after a moment. A companionable silence fell over us as we looked out over the landscape. This place, it's just somewhere you like to sit, isn't it? Henry asked after a while. Yeah. I supposed I should make it more accessible, but I enjoy having the odd place to myself sometimes, I admitted. My chamber of machinations was semi-private by design rather than fully. This spot was probably the only one that was just mine for the moment. And nothing wrong with that, Henry said and chuckled. We lapsed back into silence as the night wore on. When the new year arrived, it was without fanfare. Happy New Year, I chirped to Henry. Happy New Year, me mistress, Henry replied. Though we didn't speak further, I started to hum Auld Lang Syne just as a message tone sounded. Only for a change, the message just appeared in the air before me, rather than waiting to be acknowledged. System notice. Tithe collection complete. New tithe amount, 50 points. Congratulations on surviving, newbie. Seriously? I scrubbed my face with my hands as my laughter dissolved into a frustrated sigh. I was sorely tempted to make a New Year's resolution about punching whoever was responsible for the system in the dick or other analogous anatomical structure. Something wrong? Henry asked. No, not exactly. I just got my new tithe amount, and it's 50 points. It's not really a lot since I have a year to get it, but it kind of is since it's not like people are guaranteed to show up, I explained. It wasn't like I didn't have plans to lure people. They just felt much more immediate, urgent, now that I had a hard number I needed to reach. I don't know much about that aspect so, you unfortunately, I have no added vice, Henry said, looking away from me. Don't worry about it. I appreciate any advice you do have, but this bit is my job, I said simply. There wasn't much else to add to that, and we lapsed into silence. How lovely, Henry commented. Confused, I looked over to find something sparkling in the moonlight a moment before it fell on us. Unable to feel cold, it took a couple beats for me to realize it was snowing. I laughed. I wasn't sure how long it would last, but I was enchanted. During the day, the valley below was a mixture of pinks and oranges with bits of green. Now, under the light of the pale moon, it was bathed in blues, violets, silver, and black. I was honestly a little giddy to think of seeing it coated in silvery white. Despite everything, this felt like a good omen for the new year. Chapter 43. A Capricious Lady. As the skeletons began to filter into the central area of the necropolis, they were treated to a strange sight. Tables had been set up, and decorations in green and black applied. A psychic murmur went up among them. It had been quite clear to most of them the dungeon's mistress had been up to something. They just never considered it was related to them, let alone a party. That she deigned to speak with them in the fashion of the living had been an extreme novelty. What's the point of this? Someone asked. Fuck if I know, but dibs on the drinks, Chris replied cheerily. No one had been asking him, and more than a few jewels rolled in sockets. Unbothered, he swooped in to grab a cup. Unlike a proper liquid, whatever he was ingesting didn't just splash down onto the floor from the bottom of his skull. I believe that's a drink from our Mistress's personal stock. It seems not to care for rules, Henry said by way of explanation. He'd seen the cans before and watched Chris drink, though he'd refrained from trying it at the time. It had seemed prudent to observe if anything happened to the other skeleton first before imbibing. Henry's words got a few skeletons curious as they took seats and tentatively tried the drink. Quiet conversations passed among them found the odd ever-changing beverage curious and not often unpleasant. The sensation of drinking itself was sufficiently interesting to keep trying it even when the flavor failed to impress. 42 had been present since they first arrived, and as the bards began to play she started making rounds. Like many things about her, this was just another layer of interesting strangeness to the more veteran skeletons. To newer ones it was somewhat alarming. Hi. Let me know if you all need anything, 42 chirped as she drifted by a table. The occupants immediately quieted, awaiting an order. None came, and their mistress merely hovered for a few moments before flitting awkwardly away. What are we expected to do? Kesha and Clavicle asked irritably once 42 moved on. The dungeon master hadn't stopped by their table yet, but she seemed bound to as things went. A fact which annoyed Kesha. Kesha was a recent addition and the first of the human female fighters. She'd chosen to keep her base class instead of specializing. Enjoy ourselves, play cards, drink, Dawn replied. Why? Kesha asked tartly. Because it's a party, Dawn shot back. Her tone clearly indicated disappointment in Kesha's relative intelligence. Yes, that much is obvious. But why it's happening, the point, isn't, Kesha said, crossing her arms and trying to look menacing. Her eye jewels brightened visibly, but Dawn wasn't impressed. They were both skeletons, so physical intimidation wasn't exactly in the cards when everyone was basically the same size. Adding the ability to respond to the mix only decreased any sense of tension. Having to wait a few hours after being destroyed was at worst a mild inconvenience. It took the teeth from threats of violence even without the skeleton's lack of a sense of pain. From what I've observed, our mistress prefers that we conduct ourselves similarly to the living. When a hero arrives we'll be expected to do work. When they are absent or were not personally needed, then we are at leisure, Henry interjected, wanting to head off an argument. Despite his stutter he wasn't particularly shy about talking. At least not when there was a purpose to it. I was given the same impression. She's quite easygoing compared with others I've served, Dawn agreed. I doubt that's a good thing. She should be focused on important matters, not frivolities, Kesha complained. A rather pointed silence reigned for a few moments as Don and Henry looked at Kesai rather pityingly. A few tables away, Chris was up to some kind of shenanigans. He'd put a party hat on his face and was making bird noises. It diffused the awkward moment and Dawn would have grinned if she had flesh. "Chris, join us for a round of cards," Dawn called out. Henry glanced sideways at her, irritated at the rogue's inclusion, but didn't say anything. "Let's play for bones," Chris replied enthusiastically. "What would you even do with more?" Dawn asked as she chuckled. "Let's just use the chi chips," Henry said firmly. Chris didn't argue and sat down to play. When he reached for the deck he got an admonishing slap on the hand from Henry, who took it instead. Henry shuffled the deck proficiently but without any particular flourish. Poker was a common enough game, but it took a couple of false starts to hit on a version they could all play. None of them commented on the disconnect implied and simply paid attention to their cards for the first few hands. "You know, I've meant to ask. Chevalier is a kind of knight. What was your noble title?" Kesha inquired as the game was played. Henry, who'd been paying more attention to Chris's cheating and 42's awkward attempts at socializing, was caught off guard. "Pardon?" Henry asked in surprise. "I was just curious. I remember a bit of my life. I held the rank of Ducelat," Kesha offered. "It's my CLA class rather than a rank or title. I was a commoner, and I know little else of myself beyond that," Henry replied somewhat stiffly. "I sincerely doubt that. Swordplay like yours isn't simply learned on the streets," Kesha said and laughed like one of them had said something funny. "Perhaps not the streets, but the nobility hardly have a monopoly on combat skills. I rather think the peasants in an army outnumber the nobility," Henry said, flatly. His words coming out almost strangely clear. Kesha didn't seem to notice anything amiss and laughed again. She was also looking at him with an intensity that Henry did not appreciate. "Besides, swords are too long to really work in the streets or a back alley, no room to swing. Better off with a short sword or a good knife," Chris added. Henry nodded in agreement before he caught himself. Chris noticed but didn't comment. A gentleman's agreement of sorts forming silently between them. "Well, perhaps you were adopted into a noble house or granted a title for meritorious service," Kesha offered thoughtfully. "Oh, I think our mistress is trying to sneak out," Dawn observed. Henry and Chris looked over, and it did seem like 42 was actually trying to blend into the shadows beyond what came naturally. It was a rather curious sight as she appeared to have no talent for it and made herself more conspicuous instead. "Really, I have to wonder how long we'll all be made to play along with this farce before it all comes crashing down," Kesha grumbled. Not hearing her words, Henry left the table without excusing himself, though he did cast Dawn a look. Dawn nodded in reply as he left in the direction of the mirror. "This has to be your first dungeon," Chris said archly. "Why would you say that?" Kesha asked defensively, distracted from Henry's exit for a moment. "Because you'd shut the fuck up if it weren't," Chris replied cheerfully. "You foul-mouthed little beast," Kesha growled. "He's also right. Most masters will set us up like chess pieces and leave us to rot. Never acknowledged, let alone speaking to them or even each other. Just waiting in a crypt till someone shows up to be ambushed or guarding something," Dawn said conversationally. Rather than reply, Kesha simply got up and stormed toward her crypt. "Hey Dawn, let me use your arm," Chris asked suddenly. "Why?" Dawn inquired. If she were still of the flesh, her eyebrows would have been raised. "Angelo's trying to impress Heather. I want to slap him, and when he grabs the wrist, then run off and leave it behind," Chris replied impishly. "Use your own arm," Dawn replied with a roll of her jewels. "Yeah, but I'll need both to fight him afterward. I tried stashing some bones before a respawn, but they disappeared, so that won't work," Chris said meditatively. Dawn shook her head, wondering why he'd be so frivolous about everything else but so devoted to his pranks. "If you call him a whore like a spurned lover," and I'll lend a hand." Jeffrey Allen Clavicle, a human fighter, cut in from the adjacent table. He disjointed his arm at the shoulder to emphasize his point. "You, sir, are a gentleman and a scholar," Christ replied, taking the proffered arm. Dawn looked between the two men and shook her head. She hoped 42 made good on her word and got some more entertainments into the dungeon soon. If not, then it was pretty clear the distractions they manufactured for themselves would become increasingly non-productive. Dawn watched the ensuing chaos with a chuckle rather than disapproval. One didn't willingly follow Laminal, goddess of night, death, and secrets if they didn't enjoy a certain amount of mischief, and Dawn had been a devout follower. Chapter 44. Holidays. The day of the new year I decided would be an informal holiday. A fact which was as much a result of a lack of creativity on my part as anything. The skeletons and hounds were pretty much free to do as they liked in the absence of adventurers anyway. Establishing traditions to celebrate it could wait a year or two. Though I had effectively said everyone else could have the day off, I didn't have a reason to take it off. I did try to put in a bit of an appearance and visit the various denizens as well. I spent a little extra time with the hounds in particular, heeding some requests to modify their area. I was learning about them as I went, which proved fascinating. Stalin wasn't quite as reticent to ask for things as I had thought. It was more that he found certain categories of request uncomfortable. Namely, those that brought their environment closer to a natural one. Blackmoor didn't have any hang-ups about that, however. It was an interesting contrast between them. I risked a few attempts at probing, but gave it up as a lost cause after a few minutes. I was bad at subtlety, and neither hound was inclined to pick up on it anyway. I politely excused myself to do other things after giving them all the pats. Once my more chore-like tasks were done, I decided to drop in on the necropolis and see how things were. I'd pulled a bit of an awkward vanishing act the prior evening, though I didn't exactly expect to have been missed. "Mistress, see care to join us?" Henry asked as I made an appearance. He was sitting at a table with Chris and two other skeletons. The newer faces were Kesha Ann Clavicle, fighter, and Jeffrey Allen Clavicle, ranger. "Sure, though I don't know how to play," I said as I came over to the table. I'd put up the decorations already, but left the furniture. "Then we'll teach you," Chris said gleefully. I shook my head but took a spot between him and Henry. I could look up how to play the game, but it wouldn't be faster than learning by doing. It took 3 rounds of coaching before I knew the phases in order. Once I had that down I was still pretty helpless tactically, but I could at least participate. Kesha and Jeffrey weren't much better though, so I didn't feel singled out in that respect. "Is this not a common game where you were from?" I asked Kesha conversationally. She was playing along, but didn't seem that interested in the game. She kept trying to strike up a conversation with Henry. He and Chris were actually rather serious about playing though. He shut her down politely every time. "Not that I know of. I lived in Lamont and I'd never seen this until today," Kesha replied, sounding a touch irritable. I could sympathize with her a bit, though she needed to be a little more strategic in my opinion. She'd tried talking during play and then when Henry was busy setting up to deal. Not the best moments. "I'm not familiar with Lamont, is that part of a larger country?" I asked, genuinely interested. My grasp of local geography was limited after all. "Country? It's the capital of the empire," Kesha replied with an odd sound. It was kind of a click. "And that empire is called?" I probed, confused by how certain she seemed. Even if there were an empire locally, that wouldn't mean I'd know it was the correct one without knowing its name. "The Braken Empire, the only empire," Kesha insisted. Very belatedly something about the way she was tipping her head and the feeling she gave off reminded me of something. She was gnashing her teeth, a gesture that really didn't communicate clearly without soft tissue. "Never heard of it," Chris and Jeffrey chimed in. Give me a moment," I said as I opened my art interface and encyclopedia. I made a fast copy of the continental map onto paper and set it on the table after Henry and Jeffrey quickly cleared it off. Kesha, this is a map of the continent we're on. Does any of this look familiar to you? I asked, gesturing to the map. At first I thought Kesha was studying the map in detail, but realized I was wrong when I noticed her jewels weren't moving at all. She was just staring. I've never seen such a place, Kesha said, sounding defensive. Is this familiar to? I stopped my question as the other three shook their heads. They didn't recognize where we were. I felt a bit troubled by that, but I couldn't say there was anything especially alarming about the information. Well, I don't have a full globe, so I can't be sure of anything. It's possible you're just on a different continent, I offered, though I wasn't sure who I was trying to comfort or why. I was from an entirely different world, if not reality. My money was on a different reality. I felt bad that I might be revealing the same could be true for the skeletons. It wasn't exactly comfortable information. Braken rules the whole of the world and its seas. I'm not so ignorant I wouldn't know the shape of its lands, Kesha said hotly. Wow, chill, I wasn't implying that, I said, putting my hands up placatingly. It appeared I managed to say exactly the wrong thing, as she immediately turned and left. Oh, shit, I said, not sure how things had gone wrong so quickly. I was from a shitty little fishing village in a country called Larson. Can't say I'm disappointed to not be anywhere near it, Jeffrey offered wryly. Never heard of it. I'm from Salispor, a shitty port town in Jalensburg, Chris offered. I think you made yours up, Jeffrey quipped, then chuckled as Chris flipped him off. I'm from Kakerizan, but I lived in Fort Royal, the capital of Jalensburg. Both were terrible, Henry offered. Earth, we didn't have magic, I offered, which got me pitying looks before we all shared a laugh. I'm guessing your other dungeon masters didn't talk about stuff like this, I said tentatively. I've only met one before and no, they did not. I got the impression they didn't think I could talk nor wanted me to, so I didn't, Jeffrey replied. Henry nodded in agreement and Chris looked away, crossing his arms in annoyance. This is kind of. I think it's interesting. We'll all have to compare holidays and things, figure out a calendar and how to celebrate, I said after a moment. It was something I was meaning to do, but I'd expected to only need to blend my traditions with one set of foreign ones. Why you mean? You'll accept for foreign ones? Henry asked. Well, not all of them. I'm sure everyone's going to have a few private observances. Still doesn't hurt to get everything written out and see what can be shared, I explained. Oh, we're probably not even using the same calendar, I added as it occurred to me a touch late. I knew the system calendar didn't sync fully with the local one, but now I was potentially dealing with as many as there were skeletons. Well, less one since it seemed like Henry and Chris were from the same country. There's more than one calendar? Jeffrey asked, sounding scandalized. There's lots. My old world had a couple that I knew of, I explained. I wasn't about to make things messy than needed, so the official calendar would be the system one. If the skeletons knew enough about their own, we could figure out how they correlated to each other later. No matter how different they might be otherwise, most would usually have a common point like the equinox. If that was a thing. I had a lot of stuff to look up. I'll send out a text about it later. I'm going to get going, I've got some work to do outside, I added. The game had been fun, but I wasn't really keen on playing anymore for the moment. It was best to get back to work. Might I accompany you? Henry asked. Sure, it should be fun, I said amicably. I didn't really need to do anything topside in person, but I wanted to look at the snow. It had been a light dusting and I suspected it would be gone by the afternoon. Once we were past the mirror, Henry offered me his arm again and I accepted it. What will you work on, mistress? Henry inquired as we strolled along. Well, actually, I'm working already. Traveling the layers to experience them like an adventurer would is part of my design process, I explained. The bit I'm doing outside will be to give the entrance a more defined appearance, I continued. The blue stack was essentially done, but I was still working on the overall layout of the green stack. Because it was only lightly modified from a natural state, I found that getting the right balance between elements was a fussy process. T to WH what end? Henry inquired as we reached the topside exit. Mostly just to make it easier to find. I shouldn't count on luck and terminal levels of stupidity to draw people in. It should look like something distinctive and draw people out of curiosity, I said as we exited into the valley. Henry's steps made an odd crunch as he trod the snow and sand under his feet. Something imposing? Henry ventured. I shook my head. Not exactly, though that's a valid idea. I have a different kind of setup in mind though. Essentially it should tell a story of how the mine happened to tap into a dungeon. So it starts with relatively safe spaces, then moves up in difficulty, I explained as I opened my art interface and started sketching. I was thinking something like this, I added, switching over to share mode. The design was simple architecturally. A platform with Romanesque columns holding up a roof. It was a more open-air version of the original shed. While Henry was looking the idea over, I started to put it together. I raised the level of the entrance several feet and created a stone platform to meet it. Pillars went up next while the roof was just a flat piece of stone for the moment. Makes you want to see what's inside, right? I asked. Fluting on the pillars and various other details would come later. Henry looked from the design over to the structure I'd actually put together and nodded. Feels like it's missing something still, but good enough for now, I said with a shrug. When I looked over at Henry, I found him contemplating the snow. Didn't see much of it back home? I asked. And no, Henry said simply. I nodded sagely, taking full advantage of the fact he was lost in reverie to grab and pack a handful. Hey Henry, I called sweetly. His words were stymied by the collision of the snowball with his face. I cringed even as I laughed, my aim sucked, so that was a lucky shot. I had all of 3 seconds to enjoy the moment before I found out it was a very bad idea to pick a snowball fight with a fighter class. Especially one focused on speed. SS Surrender. Henry called cheerfully as the third hit in a row connected. The force of it sent my near-weightless form bouncing back a few feet. Never. I called back even as I darted for the dungeon entrance. I regret nothing. Chapter 45. Partial Family Reunion. Selton was a small place, 100 souls or so, though no one bothered keeping track. It didn't matter much how many mouths a house had, just how many hands were working. That was how the Earl managed things. Only those earning paid taxes. Everyone was put on the official roster when they were born, and their deaths were marked accordingly, but that was village head's math to do. Elim hadn't seen it for nearly a year and felt an elated sort of sorrow at how little had changed. It wasn't home, not really, but it was as close as a place could be. His home was in his people, his parents, daughter, and wife. Elim? Good to see you, lad, someone called. Elim waved but didn't stop. No one expected him to. They all knew his mother wasn't doing well. That he was back from soldiering early meant they'd likely all be invited round for a funeral soon. For a moment, as Elim came to the split in the road that led east and west of the village, he hesitated. When he'd left, it had been for a good reason, but it hadn't taken him more than 10 paces from home to start missing Bess, his little girl, and all her blonde curls. He wanted to go and see her first, if only for a few minutes. Instead, he rode on to the little farmstead where his mother waited. He knew she was alive, though not well, thanks to 42 and her strange magic. Seeing his mother left him with a knot in his chest. He had potions with him, magic of a kind the poor couldn't even afford to dream of owning. Yet, despite that, he felt scared. If they didn't work or couldn't do enough, then all would be lost. The final impossible hope shattered, and he didn't know how he would face his daughter after. Her mother had died less than a year after she was born. Her grandmother was the only one she knew. "Ma!" Elim called out as he entered the house. It was small, a single room and a loft. He didn't need to search to find his mother, Jessica, asleep on the bed in the little alcove. She looked wan, veins horribly visible and breathing ragged. Elim had to take a few moments to collect himself, to force back tears. She'd withered in the time he was away, looking painfully thin. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he patted her back softly, the pats rising in intensity gently, just how she'd always woken him up as a child. "Hey now, let's see those eyes," Elim said playfully when she started to rouse. Blurry blue eyes regarded him with a dim curiosity before recognition flared. Jessica smiled but didn't say anything. "Here, have a drink. It might make you feel better," Elim added, helping her sit up. A small bottle of amber liquid appeared in his hand, and he got her to drink it with a bit of effort. Once that was drunk and set aside, another appeared, this time violet in color. The first was doing its work, and the discoloration of Jessica's veins was fading. When the violet one was finished, a green one appeared, followed by red and something blue. Elim didn't know precisely what each of them did, but he remembered what 42 had told him. The system would provide him potions until his mother's condition was healed. The blue was the last potion and one slightly familiar, a hydration one like he'd drunk in the dungeon. Once his mother consumed that one, she started to look slightly better. Her skin smoothing and plumping somewhat, so she looked less ravaged by the disease. Elim waited, wondering if the process had worked when suddenly she turned and started retching. A vile mess in a putrid shade of cream and pink poured out. "Ma!" Elim shouted in a panic, wondering if he'd been tricked. If 42 could be so malignant and bored as to give him hope that he would ply his own mother with poison. The retching stopped, but she kept coughing, wet heaves full of something grey and rancid. Blood followed as her teeth fell out. Elim held on to her, eyes riveted open in panic as he could do nothing but hold her. He didn't have the presence of mind to even curse himself or 42 for treachery. His mother let out a scream but seemed to gain energy rather than lose it and sat up. Thrice benighted, Jessica moaned, spitting out red water. Elim wasn't sure how his mother could speak after throwing up what looked like her own guts, but he grabbed the cup from the tableside. Jessica was usually a tidy woman, but just then, she rinsed her mouth and spat viciously on the floor. "What was all that?" Jessica demanded, wiping her mouth. Elim was shocked. Stained pink was a row of neat teeth that looked like a light shade. Even the one she'd lost when he was a lad was in place. "How do you feel?" Elim asked. Jessica looked far more lively now, awake instead of caught on the nearer side of death. Still skinny, but a far cry from how terrible she'd looked moments before. "Like I just gave birth out my mouth," Jessica said bitterly before rinsing again. "Aside from that," Elim asked urgently. "Fine. That shouldn't be right, though." "I was." Jessica looked down at her arms. They were pale but otherwise healthy, the veins only a normal level of visibility. Confused, she gave her arm a vicious pinch, only to yelp. "I know, it doesn't seem real," Elim agreed gently, giving her a hug. He'd pinched himself a few times on the journey back. "Elim, how is this possible? You shouldn't be here and that, you didn't rob a temple, did you?" Jessica asked in a hushed tone. As if afraid they'd be overheard in their own home. "Nothing like that, Ma, I swear it." "Did you get my letter?" Elim asked. Jessica nodded in reply, gesturing to the chest next to the bed where what could pass for the family valuables were stored. It was where she kept all letters the family received. "The lady who helped me is very wise in medicine. She agreed to give me things to try and help you, which those bottles were full of. In return, I'm going to resign my commission and work for her. She doesn't like to leave her home, so she needs someone to travel on her behalf," Elim explained, lying as little as he could manage. The potion bottles were beautiful little things. Works of art he wasn't sure even a noble could afford, to say nothing of the contents. She's also some kind of magic. She told me you were still alive, if ill, as well as Bess, being fine. She could see our family and its lineage. She knew Castor Grey was my father, Elim continued. It was a matter that likely could wait, but he couldn't help wanting to tell her. You told her about that? Jessica asked, plainly shocked. I never spoke a word of it. Instead, she asked me about relatives I didn't know, and when I asked how I was related to them, she used Da's name, Elim explained. Jessica oscillated between fear and anger for a few moments before sighing and laying back down. Gods, I want that to be true, she said finally. I think it is. The lady gains nothing by confirming it, Elim said gently, patting his mother on the arm. You say she's some kind of magic, but to have healed, if not cured me. What kind of trouble have you got yourself into? Are you indentured or something worse? Jessica asked bluntly. Nothing of the sort, I'm employed by her. She pays well too, as absurd as it sounds, Elim said with a chuckle. You said you're going to resign your commission. How long before you have to go? Jessica asked, moving on to practical concerns. I was separated from my unit, but I sent word already. I got permission to report after the new year, so I'll be home for it, Elim said and smiled cheerfully. It was an important family holiday, but he'd given up on getting to see it so long as he was a soldier. Well, then we need to get started. That means cleaning up and gathering firewood, Jessica said matter-of-factly. With new energy, she sat up and scooted around her son until she was seated on the edge of the bed. Her body felt lighter than it had in years and stronger than she was accustomed to. Unfortunately, it did nothing for the scent of her after being bedridden for weeks on end. There was also the putrid mess on the floor to contend with. I'll get Bess, Elim started but was stopped by a glare. Lad, you can get her when the house is ready. No sense having her come home to a cold and filthy shack when she could be comfortable at the Gollans for a few more hours, Jessica said sternly. Ma, Elim started to protest, only to be cut off by a gentle pat. I know, but this place reeks of sickness. It's not fit, and I still look a fright myself, Jessica said more gently than before. Reluctantly Elim nodded, knowing she had a point, even if he didn't like it. Good lad, you know where the axe is, Jessica said with a smile while Elim groaned theatrically. He didn't mind chores, but cutting wood definitely wasn't one of his favorites. Moreover, the local trees were a hard variety that made the activity a particular nuisance. Alone, Jessica took a few minutes to put a kettle on and drag out the bathing tub. They didn't have the luxury of a mirror, but she could tell by feel her body was different. Her face no longer hollow, her muscles less leaden, her breathing no longer pained. While the water heating, she got out some rags and saw to the mess on the floor. It smelled something awful, but that was just an incentive to get it out of the house all the faster. That her hair started falling out in the middle was disconcerting. She sat back on her heels, looking at the blonde with streaks of ash, but didn't cry out or shed tears. If the worst thing that happened was she ended up bald in exchange for a healthy body, then it was an inconsequential price to pay. Really, it saved her the trouble of having to cut out or suffer through detangling the mats that had formed during her convalescence. Gollin had checked in on her most mornings, but the man could only do so much. He was older than Jessica, and they'd tried to be careful so he wouldn't get sick too. Unfortunately, that meant leaving necessities outside the door rather than more personal care. As steam began to rise out of the kettle, Jessica got out a scoop of sand and poured it on the wet spot left after scraping the horror up. There was still a bit of a smell, but it was much improved and hopefully would lighten as the stain dried fully. A whistle let Jessica know the hot water was ready. Dragging the bath outside, she filled it a quarter full from the rain barrel but didn't add hot water yet. She'd grown up in finer circumstances and, out of habit, washed her face first with the cold water. Her mother had sworn by it being good for the skin. As she lightly lathered, she found her eyelashes and eyebrows falling away but only sighed. Of course, she'd look a sight when next she went to the village market, but that wasn't worth worrying about. After she added enough hot water to tip the temperature to acceptable, she refilled the kettle and put it back on the fire before stepping in. Scrubbing herself thoroughly, she found a new horror awaited her. The more she washed, the more filth came off. Her skin seemed to turn to mush and come away in gooey swaths. Frantic, she scrubbed more instead of stopping. It took 3 separate baths to finally end with nothing worse than soap in the water. By the end of it, she felt tired and wrung out. Jessica tentatively ran a hand over her face and scalp. She felt eyebrows, lashes, and a delicate blanket of hair on top of her head. From the beginning, the fact she'd recovered from blue veins had been miraculous enough on its own. Now the lightness and strength of her body, her regrowing hair, all of it was beyond miraculous. Or at least the kind of miraculous that could be afforded by peasants. Elim had said he'd made a deal with some kind of magician, but Jessica couldn't help shedding a few tears for her idiot son. He'd obviously made a deal with something much more dangerous, but there was nothing to be done now. The deal had been struck, and she'd drunk the medicine. Chapter 46. Sprucing up the place. For a week, I spent my time diligently working on my dungeon. That was a lot of hours put in, since I didn't need sleep, but I did take breaks. I knew the hounds wouldn't have minded not seeing as much of me. The problem was that I would start to feel withdrawals if I didn't get in some time with them every day. Likewise, I made a point of visiting the necropolis every couple of days. Since I'd sent out the text about calendars and holidays, they'd all turned a little more talkative with me. At least in a casual sense. Unlike before, they'd even approach me to chat of their own volition. Feeling cheerful, I took a stretch break. I didn't have tendons and bones, but twisting myself into a horrifying pretzel every once in a while felt nice. There was even the occasional satisfying pop sound, though I had no idea what generated it. During the week, I figured out the floor plan for the green stack and placed it. Of course, it needed fine-tuning and decoration still, but I wasn't worried. I had a much larger tithe to contend with this year, but at least I wasn't up against the clock. It was better to take my time now and get everything ready. Once that was done, I could start luring people to their doom. An activity I still felt sick to my stomach or equivalent viscera about. Despite that, I still hadn't developed suicidal levels of conscience over it. I would live. The only significant change I was still trying to work out the kinks on was the green stack boss room. I'd made up my mind to push back the skeleton boss room by at least 1 stack. The new one centered around an exciting type of monstrous bats. The colony was a mated king and queen serviced by non-sapient drones. It was weird to take in, since I wasn't aware of mammals having such an arrangement. The only one that came to mind was naked mole rats, but I didn't think that was quite the same. This had more of a bee vibe to it. Weirdness aside, I was having a pretty good time setting up their environment. I'd made the entire section of the layer leading up to it like Swiss cheese. Random holes winding through the stone. Most weren't big enough for even a halfling to navigate, but the bats could use them just fine. It wasn't necessary, but I also added some flying insects. Of course, monsters didn't need to eat, but it gave the drones something to do other than roost and await an adventure. In support of the insects, I added pools of water and plants that worked for them and the environment. A chiming sound caught my attention. Hey 42. I've got some time off next week. How about I come to visit? Talk to you later. Agony. Visitation request. Sender, Agony. The sender is a verified entry on your friends list. Do you permit Agony to visit? Y/N. Woot. I shouted happily, making happy little loops. The skeletons all looked up in surprise from their games. I'd been working on altering their break room to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Their taste ran toward Gothic crypts. With respect to that, I added arches and fancy columns. Mistress 42. Henry asked, worried. It seemed the sound I made didn't translate as joy automatically. I have a friend coming over later, I said, and Henry nodded. He seemed like he would say more until he was suddenly pulled down to rejoin the game by Chris. It was a very detailed but probably inaccurate version of Settlers of Catan. I'd constructed it from memory and a fair bit of ad-libbing. Interestingly, Chris was addicted to it, or possibly just the wood for sheep joke. Weirdly, no matter what game the skeletons were playing, they bet on it with poker chips. A move that had resulted in much more intense games. I wasn't sure what the chips represented other than points among them, if anything. Despite that, I figured they would have more fun if I didn't poke my nose in unnecessarily. I'm going to do some work outside. Let me know if anything comes up, I said, and the table of skeletons gave me a distracted send-off. Since I'd spent time alternating between buying tiles for the interior and exterior, I had a lot of surface area I could play with. Unfortunately, it was also the section I'd been neglecting. My focus had reasonably been on the interior defenses and aesthetics. The entrance to my dungeon was still the lackluster stone mock-up it had been before. It wasn't doing anything for me, but I couldn't exactly come up with anything I preferred. Not at the moment anyway. I didn't spend a lot of time doing it anymore, but I'd kept up exploring the remaining natural tunnels that hadn't been absorbed into my dungeon. I'd found some rusted-out remains of the former mining operation, the highlights of which were a mining cart and some track for it. I debated for a few minutes while I played with upgrading and altering the aesthetic of the items. In the end, I decided to use them to enhance the mining aesthetic of the top layer. I added a winding path of track along the central tunnels. Several mining carts in various states of disrepair followed. If someone were enterprising, they'd help move gathered materials. Next up was paving the area around the entrance with stone slabs. It probably wasn't how they did things locally. I didn't care though, ores or whatever had been mined would have been heavy. I felt it was sensible. You wouldn't want the wheels of the transport wagon digging in and getting mired while loading. By the time I was done, I'd added weathering and some random bits like wheel ruts. It painted a rather dull but reasonable picture. Fortunately, it wasn't my only surface project. Since finding out the mountain range's name, I'd read up a bit on the goddess Laurel and fallen a bit in love. According to the encyclopedia, she was a goddess of battle frenzy, passion, and fertility. A fun mix of things to have in one's portfolio. Her appearance was that of a rabbit-eared woman wielding a spear who rode a black goat horned by corn. The image seriously had some heavy metal album vibes to it. I could get behind that. Everything about her seemed absolutely fun. Even the bicorn she rode turned out to be hilarious. Most people considered it the evil equivalent of a unicorn, but it was just the male of the species. The single-horned females were attracted to and rewarded virtue. The males could sense vice and viciously slaughtered those with malicious intent toward their herds. A situation that apparently came up a lot since every part of a unicorn was magical. Their entry stated they were exhaustively hunted. The only silver lining was the success rate was low. I made a mental note on the subject. I wasn't near their natural habitat, but I wouldn't let any stupid chucklefucks hunt them if it ever came up. Despite being pissed off, I got my mind back on track. Buying a couple of surface tiles, I performed a little experiment. They led off to the side from the area I'd already purchased. A shallow dead-end canyon a little ways from the mine. I was happy to find it was an interior tile when I tried to buy the mountain area. I'd been hoping but not sure how it would be counted. So my concern it didn't connect with the main body of the dungeon internally was fortuitously unfounded. It wasn't expensive to connect the two areas. It was faster not to have to match the interior and exterior in lockstep for stuff like this. I took a solid block of stone and carved it into an archway before placing it. It was simple, with a bit of fluting, but already an improvement. Next, I carved a pair of statues and placed them on either side of the entrance. They weren't a particular likeness, or even attractive, just first-pass proportion carvings. They looked more like crude chess pieces than anything. The point of them was to get proportions and placement established. Details and other things would come later, after I'd worked out what I was doing. Finishing would take weeks, even with my magical abilities. My goal wasn't a finished temple but an intelligible first draft. I wanted Agony to get a sense of the big picture when he arrived. If I could manage that, I'd count it as a win. I was going for a mixture of ancient design elements, using Laurel as my muse. After some fussing over the placement, I decided to move on to the next task. It didn't feel right, but I needed to let it go. I knew that leaving the design alone to marinate for a bit was better than spending hours retouching. Done with the entrance, I created a plaza in front of it with smooth but unpolished marble. Having it level with the path leading in was boring, I decided. So I bumped the entrance and floor of the plaza up 5 feet above their original level. Feeling pleased, I cut a broad and deep set of steps leading up. I went with 6 sets of 3 steps with a stone dais beside them where bicorn statues would go. Like the other humanoid statues at the entrance, I made crude equine mock-ups and placed them. Feeling pretty good, I decided it was time to give the design a test. So I floated away until I was around a corner and couldn't see it before sailing back. Pretending I was coming on it by chance like an adventurer would. As I approached the entrance, I felt underwhelmed. But, of course, a certain amount of that was to be expected dealing with a rough draft. The problem was worse than that, however. The design was lackluster. Plain even. Unhappy, I recessed the entrance and statues. Then, carving into the stone around them, I blocked out something like a triptych. A set of 3 scenes from what I'd read in the encyclopedia entry about Laurel. I didn't have extensive knowledge of the local gods. Just what I'd picked up when I fell into a research link hole while looking up Duello and Company. Unlike most of the limited pantheon of gods I was familiar with, she wasn't a modern god of the world. Instead, she was born between the primordial gods and the modern ones. Her birth was from the mingled blood of the fallen gods. Ones who perished during the cataclysmic battle. I played with the stone to work in what would look like a natural band of pale orangish red. It would look compelling for blood without being gory. I cut in vague outlines rather than anything concrete. The list of dead gods was long, so I made a to-do of picking a top 10 list and placing them later. I set this image above the entrance. Origin story established, it was time to figure out what the second panel would be. She had a lot of lore, but my goal was to hit the major points. Her secondary title, Mother of Legions, caught my attention. She was a goddess of fertility, after all. In fact, her entry suggested she got around a lot more than any I was familiar with. According to the encyclopedia, she was credited with countless offspring. Both between herself and the other gods or sapient archetypes of animals. I cocked my head at that. It reminded me of how many older Earth cultures personified animals. Interesting, but not something I could afford to focus on at the moment. I roughed in her holding a child on her hip with one arm and her spear in the other. A bunch of circles behind her represented the gaggle of kids I'd add later. That left one panel to go, but I already knew what it would depict. The final one on the right was her standing dominant over the corpse of the Root Eater, the monster that once threatened the Tree of Creation. Her mythology stated each time it was killed, it laid an egg like a monstrous phoenix. That created a cycle where she would have to fight it time and again. A task she took up to protect her offspring, which made up a large portion of creation. The clash itself had consequences, though. It wasn't an entirely happy story. The Root Eater was stopped, but other monsters might be born from severed parts like the basilisk. I shuddered at the memory of that creature, glad it was dead. Once the triptych was done, I did another float up to check the aesthetic and still wasn't happy. So I recessed the carvings slightly, then created a carving of a roof and columns. It would protect the more delicate stonework from the wind and infrequent rain. After 2 more floating checks from the stairs, I felt like I'd done enough with the entrance. But, unfortunately, I was still displeased with the plaza. Nothing in my store looked like it would fit, so I stopped trying to find something pre-made. Under magic goods, I found a stone that would produce water and felt inspired. Starting from a block of stone, I carved out a fountain with a pomegranate carved at the top from red marble. Into the crown of the fruit, I placed the stone. It took a few minutes for a trickle of water to escape, but it flowed all the same. Since the fountain lacked chemical cleaners, it would get gross if I left it to fill and did nothing. Looking around, I found a stone of purification and bought 4 of them. 1 for the pomegranate and each of the tiers below it. Since the water was flowing from the pomegranate, it might not stagnate, but I wasn't going to risk it. I was concerned about insects. They bred in still pools as far as I knew, but I was no expert, even before magic entered the equation. The point was, I didn't want to create a mosquito hatchery in the plaza. I created a pattern inside the tiers of the fountain and then placed the stones and some similar, but non-magical crystals into it. Hopefully, it would make them look uninspiring. I didn't want to deal with idiots digging them out to keep for themselves. Checking my clock, I noted it had taken 8 hours to set things up. Not an inconsequential chunk of time, but I finally felt satisfied with the layout. It was funny how a bit of motivation could free the creative juices. Chapter 47, Discipline Issues. After doing the heavy lifting for the Temple of Laurel's design, I cut in some rough chambers and decided that was enough for one day. My resolve lasted all of 5 minutes, when it occurred to me I could add another such structure on the opposite side of the dungeon's entrance. Favoring symmetry, I added an unadorned mirror image of the same structure. It would need a theme and god/goddess eventually, but slotting it in was enough to make sure I wouldn't forget it for long. Laurel was an unattached goddess, but she did have a consort of sorts among the gods. If I liked him, I could make it his. If not, I'd hunt up someone suitable. This time when I stopped, I really was done. There was plenty more to do, but refresh was approaching, and I had something significant to buy, which meant the next day would be limited in scope project-wise. I'd put it off a bit, but it was about time that I purchased Elim's blessing, since he'd made it home and had a couple days to relax. Elim had been a sweetheart and reported in to let me know and update me on his plans to buy things I'd asked for. I'd told him to take it easy and enjoy himself until he left to buy out his contract with the Earl. Dropping a blessing on him in the middle of that probably wouldn't have ruined the mini vacation, but I hadn't wanted to risk it. A touch late, I remembered I hadn't informed him of that particular plan. Hey Elim. Let me know when you leave. I'll activate your blessing once you're on the road. Thanks. 42. Once I kicked out that message, I headed back inside the dungeon to do some cheap/free interior renovations with my remaining mana. One of the things I'd been working on, but hadn't had a lot of luck with, was safe zones. They had started out as nothing but empty rooms, and I hadn't hit on a design I liked for them. After playing with the temple, I felt like I had a better notion of what I wanted to do. So, heading into the blue stack, I expanded the room until it was 60 by 120 feet in size. Plenty of room to camp in if one were so inclined. Instinctively I wanted to add a toilet, but there wasn't anything in the store to function as one. Nor were there any obvious workarounds. So I put developing one of some kind on my to-do. That spawned several related items. A couple slimes would probably be enough to keep the dungeon at large clean. Despite feeling that was true, I added double-checking it to my list. Death was a messy business, but so was living. The longer I enticed people to remain, the bigger it would get. One issue I could tackle was water. Since I had the cleansing stones at my disposal, it was simple to put a fountain in. Food would be easy enough to bring down, but bringing enough water was a pain in the ass. With that concern taken care of, heroes and adventurers would be able to descend with fewer cares. I felt good about how things looked and considered the top 3 layers complete aside from aesthetic work. Maybe a little bit of expanding was in order too, but it wasn't a big deal for the moment. It occurred to me the safe zones should likely reflect the increases in difficulty during the stages of descent. Getting nicer and better equipped the lower someone went. Another for the to-do list. A message chime broke me out of my musings. Mistress 42. I'm ready whenever it's convenient for you. Your faithful servant. Elim Gray. The slight change in how Elim addressed himself didn't escape my notice. It seemed like clarifying the point about his father's identity had a ripple effect. I almost wrote back to ask him about it, but decided against prying. Not that the decision made me less curious. An item upgrade timer going off gave me something to distract myself. Elim had acquired some fabrics, and I'd been getting them up to a better standard of quality before passing them on to Henry. In this case, a leather hide had finally been brought up to D rank, and I spent a couple of minutes making colored variants with the system. Feeling pleased, I decided to pass the material along in person. That meant a trip to the necropolis, though Chris insisted on calling it the boneyard. Since I had some time to kill before I could spend the last of my mana before the refresh, I hoped some skeletons would be up for a game of some kind. Or, more specifically, that they'd be up to teaching me a game. Henry, Chris, Don, and Jeffrey were the only skeletons who typically approached me socially. The rest were polite generally but clearly uncomfortable. Hopefully, they just needed some time to adjust to the situation and would then warm up a bit. I didn't need to be best friends with everyone, but I did want them to feel like we could talk casually. It would make things easier on us all in the long run. I supposed I should be grateful only one out of the entire group seemed to actively dislike me. Kesha being the one. She had a chip on her shoulder no matter who she was dealing with, but didn't go out of her way to avoid others. Her reaction toward me felt more personal. How I'd managed to offend her despite so little interaction was a mystery. Mistress Dawn sounded alarmed as I crossed through the mirror. In front of me was a scene of chaos and ruin. Chris was cackling as he clung to the chandelier I'd installed after raising the ceiling. Below him, Angelo was climbing a makeshift pile of furniture to try and get his hands on the rogue. Looking at the torn-up room, I got the impression they'd been having quite the time before I showed up. Angelo Dominic Humorous, Christopher Truman Phalanges. Both of you knock it the fuck off right this minute. I shouted, my voice splitting the air like a thunderclap. Both skeletons stopped and turned to look at me like deer caught in headlights. It would have been funny if not for all the property damage surrounding them. Mistress. I can explain, Angelo started, but he was cringing. Chris, for his part, just dropped from the chandelier and stood with arms defiantly crossed over his chest. Seeing that, I felt like sighing but kept it in. I would not show weakness. Both of you get to clean this mess up, then you'll be explaining to me what exactly happened, I said flatly. That got a rise out of Chris. He looked around at the destruction in what I'd swear was surprised disbelief. Like the mayhem hadn't even registered with him until that moment. But Chris started. I held up a hand to quiet him. No buts. You busted this place up with your bullshit, so now you can put it to rights. If something broke, then haul it out of the mirror, and I'll fix it later, I said, already noticing a few splintered chairs. Really, I was just going to replace them with new ones, but I wasn't going to mention that. The point wasn't that anything they'd broken was essential but that actions had consequences. Making them sort out and remove the broken bits would hopefully be tedious enough to discourage them from being so wanton a second time. Dealing with essentially unfeeling and immortal skeletons didn't really leave me with many discipline options. A clatter drew my attention, and I noticed a skeleton bending to pick up chips. Another pair were exchanging them but hastily aborted the motion when they saw me looking. Others made a point of studiously not looking at me. That only made their guilt that much more obvious. Fuck, they'd been betting on the outcome. It looked like the games I'd been adding to the necropolis weren't enough to keep them busy. That being trapped underground without much to do was likely going to drive them stir-crazy wasn't something I hadn't thought of already. It was just hard to do anything about it for the moment. The bards were happily occupied with their music, and Henry seemed pleasantly engaged by his tailoring, but the rest hadn't really taken to any particular hobbies. The library I'd added also wasn't anything to write home about. I had a grand total of 15 local books in it, plus the ones I'd made to help teach Chris to read. "Get to it," I said sharply when Angelo and Chris milled uncertainly. I needed to address the underlying problems, but I had to be firm with them for the moment. Once they were started on the task, I let my posture soften a bit. "Mistress." Dawn started, only to falter and stop. I looked at her but just shook my head. I'd have preferred to have been notified when the shenanigans started, but I wasn't actually upset. I hadn't laid down any rules about how the skeletons were to behave. Foisting the job of tattling on them on Dawn after the fact wouldn't have been fair. "Do you think adding a training room would help?" I asked. Mentally, I called it a rumpus room but wasn't going to share that thought. "Possibly," Dawn said after a moment of consideration. I nodded, quickly using some loose tiles to add an empty chamber I'd edit later. Looking at the common area of the necropolis, I had to hold in a wince. It really wasn't that big. I shouldn't have been surprised that Chris and the rest of them would get squirrely in such close quarters. Once Chris and Angelo were done, I was going to have to push some projects back and work on this issue. Maybe install some monkey bars for Chris. Anything to keep him occupied and spend his demonic levels of energy non-destructively. A task I might as well put up there on the list with world peace and curing all disease as Chris chucked a bit of chair leg at Angelo. "Oi!" I yelled, startling him. Yep, I was going to have to babysit this then figure out how to keep the little gremlin occupied. Chapter 48. Getting the house in order. I ended up putting off buying Elim's blessing. The issue with the skeletons needed to be addressed quickly. A review of the security feed showed that Chris and Angelo's mayhem was the most egregious but hardly the only example of destructive boredom. Since I'd already made a chamber for it, I just added a door to connect the training room. I shuffled its placement around and realized my design centralized on a single room was less than ideal. Everything just ended up vomiting out into the main area, making it unnecessarily chaotic. I pushed the central chamber up 2 levels and cut in a pair of offset balconies. It gave the space a grand inverted pyramid feeling that I liked. Tiered stairs followed to allow access to what would be the upper floors. Usually I only had the hounds to watch. This time, I had the full complement of skeletons as my audience. It was a little more than unnerving to be watched silently, but this was my jam, and I pushed down the cloying feeling the crowd elicited. "Feel free to explore as I work, make suggestions, whatever you like," I said loud enough to be heard. I debated moving the private chambers up a story but decided against it. Reasonably, they were the only defense if the mirror was ever breached. I could add traps to the necropolis, but that seemed a bit pointless. It wasn't like the skeletons could be permanently destroyed. Doing that would probably just lead to Chris pranking other denizens into them. "Or object if you don't like something," I added. I decided to move the personal crypts but keep them on the lower level. A grand doorway to the left of the stairs would lead to a hall, and I arranged them on either side. It would make things easier when I expanded the number of skeletons later, so there wasn't a downside to the new arrangement. Easy enough to do but not exactly groundbreaking. I expanded the crypts as I went, hoping the added square footage would be appreciated. I knew Henry's personal space was getting a bit tight with all the equipment and supplies he kept in it now. I added another door and hallway leading to the much expanded library and a theater on the right side. Unfortunately, I still had a pathetic collection of books if one discounted the copies of each. Likewise, the performance space was mostly just a raised platform, musician's pit, and blocked-in risers for seating. The second floor was reasonably straightforward. I just made a bunch of rooms in descending order of size. They could be used to practice fighting, duel, or whatever else struck a skeleton's fancy I didn't happen to think of. Hell, they could throw parties if they felt like it. With that on my mind, I picked one room out to become Chris's obstacle course. One loaded with traps and things to really get him pushing his skills. Also, figuring out how to get it to randomize to some extent may prove challenging. Difficulty notwithstanding, I felt it was needed, given how quickly he got bored of things. What? Chris asked, realizing I was looking at him. I gave a little wave and kept my thoughts to myself. He'd probably find it funny and satisfying that I was suddenly uncertain if he'd be more work to contain than a hero's raid. For the third floor, I just cut in a large open space. I'd probably furnish it and make it just an open chill space. Maybe put in some lightweight divisions for different places to sit, so the skeletons could have somewhere public to gather without being in each other's space. After doubling the size of the entry hall, I felt like I had a workable design in place. Of course, it still had issues and needed a lot of fine-tuning, but it was far and away more spacious. I'd even raised the ceiling heights to increase the feeling of openness. No claustrophobic bullshit in my dungeon. I scanned the skeletons, looking for signs of interest or dislike. Most of them watched closely, but I wasn't really picking up anything aside from the occasional startle or stare of surprise. They were either talking amongst themselves or just sharing silent looks, for the most part, which kept me out of the loop. I wasn't really sure if any of them liked the design or were just excited to get the chance to watch it happen. I had to admit that I was a bit numb to that part. Since I'd first learned to manipulate my environment in the tutorial, that aspect hadn't really registered as special to me. But, looking at it with fresher orbs, it really was neat to watch as tiles slid about to fulfill my whims. Chris was running around climbing on every new thing like a jungle gym and cackling. He even gleefully rode some of the tiles about as I moved. I couldn't help laughing at that. He'd love a roller coaster. Maybe put some in an amusement park themed lair? Nah, too cliché. Don and Angelo made the occasion new. Henry, for his part, remained more or less at my elbow, watching raptly and giving me what I felt was an occasional smile. That was reassuring, at least. He had a good sense of design. In contrast, Kesha was pointedly not watching and giving off some incredibly pissed off vibes. I didn't think it was design related and ignored her. I'd need to talk to her eventually and figure out what was going on, but this wasn't that moment. I resigned myself to not getting any feedback and got back to work. Going out of the mirror, I came back in to test the feel of the new aesthetic. I was deeply underwhelmed. My design was fine, but the transition didn't do anything for me. The awe of a jarring move between the dungeon proper and the necropolis wouldn't last for denizens who made use of it frequently. No, it created a cramped feeling as there was no separation between the entrance and public space. I experimented with several configurations before deciding I didn't like the lowest floor of the necropolis being on the same level as the dungeon. It lacked style. Passing from one space to the other a half-dozen times, I contemplated the problem. I played with alternate configurations before deciding that it would be cheapest and faster to move the necropolis up a layer. Unfortunately, my need for visual drama was still not fulfilled, so I moved the necropolis back a skosh. The area behind the mirror became a room. I made risers large enough to lounge on with a staircase leading up the middle like in the theater. The stairs now led to a grand door, the kind split down the middle. Now the entrance was imposing but also provided somewhere for any interested observers to watch future combat. Something that would hopefully happen just frequently enough to meet my tithe. I'd zoned out a bit while working and was almost surprised when I turned and found myself observed. Despite what I'd said and the skeletons tagging along to watch as I worked, none had asked me for anything or voiced a complaint. It's fine if you all like it, but if you want anything, just ask. Even if it's just having your crypt moved, so you're closer to a friend or something, I said, feeling awkward again now that I wasn't working. Suddenly 3 skeletal hands went up, one of which belonged to Dawn. "Yet? What can I do for you?" I asked, surprised by the sudden enthusiasm. "I want to move away from Aaron," Dawn said, and the other 2 nodded emphatically. "Oh, I scanned the group and didn't see the sorcerer in question. It was probably for the best that he didn't witness their candor. I checked my map and found he was still in his crypt, scribbling away. Thinking about it, I honestly couldn't think of the last time he'd come out. Not since he'd figured out how to text me to request more chalk, paper, and ink. Texts which somehow managed to be 6 words long at most, yet still come across as surly. "Yeah, okay," I said, pinching the bridge of my nose in irritation. I really didn't want him going full-blown hikikomori on me. That meant a chat and possible intervention. "In the meantime, explore things, and feel free to text me if you think of anything you want later," I said. Finally, most of the skeletons dispersed, but Henry stayed back. "Mistress, he's unsociable but not disruptive," Henry said, posture stiff with a nervous kind of tension. "Okay." I started but didn't really know what to say. Henry sticking up for Aaron was a little unexpected. There wasn't an underlying antagonism, but they hadn't seemed friendly either. "Just a bit loud at tea times, and maybe rude," Henry added. "I'll try to be tactful when I talk to him. Maybe that will soften the blow," I asked after a couple moments of consideration. "The BL blow?" Henry asked, head tilting in confusion. "I'm going to ask him to move to a separate section. I know it's shitty, but I got the feeling no one really wanted him as a neighbor," I explained. Switching the room order around was easy but wouldn't be productive in this case. "You don't intend to return him?" Henry asked in shock. "What? No, why would I?" I asked, surprised. I hadn't even considered the idea. You could. Others have when a CR creature failed to, Henry trailed off as his stutter picking up sharply. Something squirmed in my pseudo-flesh at the way he curled in a little on himself. "That's not something I'll do without a good reason." "Not to anyone," I said, instinctively reaching out a hand. It landed on his shoulder, and I belatedly realized I was fucking up again. Social anxiety or not, it seemed like I was fairly tactile, which wasn't ideal given how I looked. Rather than pull the misguided appendage back, I found myself frozen, waiting for a flinch or a panicked skittering back. Instead, Henry just looked up at me, and I felt his posture shift, relaxing a bit under my hand. Finally, I retracted it slowly as I waited for something to happen. "I apologize for not recalling to whom I spoke," Henry said gently and bowed. I felt myself relax as well. Elim and Chris had flinched back from me, but Henry had offered me his arm before. So it seemed like at least one person didn't find me naturally repulsive or hid it better. We both have a lot to learn about each other. "Now pardon me, I've got an awkward conversation to have," I said, bobbing a little curtsy of my own. We parted, and, rather too quickly for my taste, I was knocking on Aaron's crypt. There was a fair pause before he finally opened his door to look at me suspiciously. I didn't know how to kick things off and hovered awkwardly for a moment. "So, I was editing things and thought you might like some changes," was cut short. Aaron had taken me by the arm and pulled me into his crypt. I managed not to make an undignified squeak. "I want this," Aaron said, gesturing to his very busy chalkboard. A chalkboard whose contents had spilled out onto all of the walls and part of the floor. The particular part Aaron was gesturing to looked like a small lab complex. It would have been so easy to just agree and ignore the rest of the issue. I could play having to move him off as just a consequence of the size of the facility Aaron wanted. For a moment, I nearly did, but then mustered up the decency not to. The issue wasn't going to get better by ignoring it. "I'm happy enough to make this for you, but how are you getting along with the others?" I asked. "I'm not well, except Tiberius," we talk about theories sometimes, Aaron said, apparently puzzled by my question. Tiberius was the first wizard I'd summoned, and while he was more outgoing than Aaron, he wasn't exactly a social butterfly. Do you feel uncomfortable with them or mistreated? I asked. Just because people reacted poorly to him didn't mean he was automatically at fault. He deserved to give his side of things at the very least. Mildly repulsed, but that's hardly new or interesting, Aaron replied. Repulsed? I asked, entirely confused by his casual reaction. Mistress, I think half of them are literate, and all of 6 can do complex math. So I would find them unappealing even if the lot weren't murderers, thieves, and arsonists, Aaron said and rolled his jewels. Pot calling the kettle black on the latter half of that one man, I said, irritated by his attitude. We were all evil and largely chaotic. I didn't know the personal reasons for anyone's alignment, but it wasn't like he was good or even neutral. I was also curious who was an arsonist for professional reasons. I did not need someone recreationally setting the furniture on fire. It wouldn't kill any dungeon denizens permanently, but it would be a pain to clean up. Does it even matter? They don't care for me either, and I'm happy with the arrangement where we have as little to do with each other as possible, Aaron snapped. I crossed my arms, unhappy but trying to reply more calmly than I felt. I'm not going to force you to be sociable, I said finally. I didn't like it, but Aaron was an adult. Forcing him to do things wasn't going to work. How generous, Aaron said blandly. Yet, despite how he sounded, I felt a sort of sincerity to the thanks. Just don't forget you can talk to me. Even if I don't necessarily understand the technical stuff, I'll listen, I added. Aaron regarded me but said nothing after a few moments. I decided to take the lack of a dismissive snort, guffaw, or sigh as a win. I'll let you know when your new crypt is ready, I added. Thank you, mistress, Aaron said without any sarcasm this time. I felt my orbs flicker in surprise. That was a first. At this rate, he might even consider me a friend before the heat death of the universe. Maybe. Chapter 49. Mistakes were made. It had been a little while since Law had come around the office. Neutrality was finally starting to relax a little. Chaos had taken a special interest in him since then and they walked into work together in the mornings. That turn of events had definitely helped Neutrality's nerves. Mostly. Now actually getting into the office was less a brisk walk and more an acid trip. Still, there was no denying that the chance of anyone running into him along the way was almost non-existent. Particularly Law. Unable to leave the relatively safe space of the shared office limited Neutrality's day in unexpected ways. Places he'd never cared about now weren't simply uninteresting. They were off limits. A fact that was surprisingly frustrating. He'd even had to start bringing in a box of granola bars. The vending machines had become enemy territory. Having spent a depressing amount of time in the snack aisle at the store, they were good granola bars. A decent combination of tasty, crunch, and probably won't give you diabetes eventually. They were far superior to anything in the bastions of mediocrity that were the vending machines. Neutrality took off his blue light glasses and pressed his palms to his eyes. He missed just being able to get up and take a walk. Even if it was just to a different bathroom on the same floor, for novelty's sake. On the whole, Neutrality knew very little had actually changed. The sense of claustrophobia wasn't from physical limitations but the stress of the situation. Despite how genuinely nauseating letting things continue as they were felt, there wasn't anything to be done. Law seemed to have given up, but the same couldn't be said of Good. The few times he'd tried to venture out for any reason, Neutrality had seen them in the distance. Dressed immaculately, smiling benevolently, and circling like a fucking shark. Like a dog stalled at an invisible fence, Good wouldn't get too close to evil. Not if they could help it. No more than Law and Chaos would without some kind of extenuating circumstance. Opposed alignments didn't play nicely at the best of times. Good wasn't as ham-fisted as Law, however. They didn't do anything that could be considered harassment. Instead, they lurked, but only in places where they could plausibly claim to have business or be passing through. Neutrality knew it was bullshit. Good wanted something from him. There was no other plausible explanation for their behavior that he could see. Despite that, Good didn't leave an opening to file a complaint. So Neutrality was stuck running around like a criminal. "Hey, Evil!" Neutrality called over the divider, holding up a pigeon blood-red apple. On his way in, he'd taken a moment to sneak into a conference room and steal expensive fruit. He'd even foregone the basic courtesy of only taking one piece. Instead, he'd gotten enough to share and even snack on later. Evil made a noise that was probably agreement, and Neutrality tossed them an apple. It was becoming a sort of ritual, him sharing snacks with the other admin. As much as they didn't exactly get along, Neutrality couldn't deny that Evil's mere presence was helping him out. That Evil likely only obliged because they got a kick out of pissing off Good by proxy wasn't any reason to be ungrateful. Really, Neutrality was starting to find it a little gratifying that Good was vexed in proportion to his own suffering. With his own work done and feeling a bit depressed, Neutrality jumped over to Evil's login. Though his interest in dungeons had been limited, he'd found it was actually rather soothing to check in on one. Or at least 42 as she named herself was. 42 had quickly evolved from annoying imposition to a pet project. Neutrality made a point to check in and see what she'd been up to since the last time. The results were rarely uninteresting. Seeing what 42 got up to, Neutrality had become curious enough to look at some other more veteran dungeons. He'd expected to find more developed visions and layered details. Instead, what he got was disappointment. Some put the broad strokes of a theme to work, but most didn't deviate significantly from the stock store resources. They certainly didn't spend 3 hours fussing with the proportions of stalactites until they were happy with how a chamber was framed. "Hey, Evil! I've meant to ask. Is it really worth it to ignore the help desk and dick them over? I get the whole Evil thing, mostly. But, it just seems like they'd be better if they got some help," Neutrality said. It was a moment of suicidal curiosity that had been building since the incident with Law. Neutrality's opinion of Evil had changed that day. Evil was still fearsome, but he didn't consider them belligerent. Getting more involved with them would invite trouble, but probably not destruction as Neutrality once feared. That didn't banish his anxiety about their role in the former Neutrality leaving, disappearing, from their position, but it softened it. Neutrality was willing to entertain the idea that, even if it wasn't reasonable or sufficient, there had been a reason for whatever had happened. "Feel free to take a look. Hell, feel free to help them if you want. Not like I mind you doing my work for me," Evil replied, ruby red apple frozen halfway to their lips. The only indication of emotion was a single raised brow. If anything, they sounded bored and went back to eating their snack. They took out a quarter of the fruit's mass in a single crunching bite. "Okay," Neutrality said, weirded out by how easily it went. He'd expected some resistance or at least to be told to go fuck himself. But, instead of questioning it, Neutrality decided to take the unexpected win. He opened the help desk, feeling excited at having something interesting to do. Neutrality planned to start by looking at the queue. He wanted to see what had been open the longest unanswered. Only a grinding sound from across the divider stopped him. Evil's face was contorted strangely, as if they were fighting with themselves over something. Finally, the turmoil died down, and their face went slack. The expression that replaced it was almost unreadable. "Don't open anything from Leet Lord Lowly King 3, Evil said, mouth twisting in distaste. Neutrality was immediately tempted to do just that. Only the fact that the ticket was labeled UIT Kooks caused him to take Evil's word for it. Unfortunately, the rest of the tickets weren't much of an improvement. Almost all of them were filled out incorrectly. The titles didn't convey any meaningful information. A common problem for any help desk, but even the short summaries were pretty much garbage. Not good, but a Q&A could probably sort that out. Feeling confident he could get things on track, Neutrality started reading the tickets. 5 minutes in, he felt nothing but regret for abusing his eyes. The titles and summaries had been nasty but short. The body of the tickets were not better. Nonsensical requests for miniguns and lasers in fantasy settings aside, they never seemed to get to a point. Instead of laying out the problem, they were an unhinged mixture of backstory, social tirade, and threats. How dare you deny the chosen of Orclock what is his? Your viscera will adorn my throne room, you spineless code monkey. Neutrality stopped reading after the first 3 paragraphs of threats. After that, he schemed, looking for what the problem was but never found anything coherent. Finally, opening a dungeon ticket, he hoped for something a bit better. Disappointment awaited him again. I know the formula for gunpowder. Why no guns? Neutrality sighed as he looked at the dungeon in question's stats and skills. They might know the formula, he doubted it, but it was possible. The issue was that they didn't have any related skills in manufacturing or science fields. The odds of them developing the entire process and working out the kinks for it were low. Of course, the system could be used to compensate to a degree, but that took creative thinking. Something Neutrality didn't imagine a dungeon named Kurodeath Shinigami 13 had much of. Neutrality stopped reading and looked over at Evil. They were looking a little paler than usual. You all right? Neutrality asked. Evil always looked sickly to his eyes, but that was normal for them. Right now, they were a shade closer to ghastly than he was comfortable with. Fine, Evil drawled unconvincingly. Neutrality wanted to press the point but decided against it. For all, he knew they were feeling better than usual or something weird like that. Do they threaten you a lot? Neutrality asked instead. Evil shrugged in response, sipping canned chaos. Their features had scrunched a bit as they massaged below one of their horns. It was an odd gesture, one that reminded Neutrality of how he'd rub a temple when he had a headache. Do yourself a favor and don't look up anything you didn't understand. I disabled safe search on your interface like a month ago as a joke, Evil said. The warning came out like they were commenting on the weather. Neutrality shivered, glad he hadn't done that. Sorry about what I said earlier, Neutrality offered the apology sincerely. He disagreed with ignoring all of the tickets, that seemed lazy. Despite that, he could see how dealing with a deluge of trash would wear someone down. Why? Evil asked. It wasn't fair to assume you were doing something without reason. Or that I even knew what exactly you were doing, Neutrality said. He was surprised by the near non-reaction. Fucking seriously? You still lean good for no reason, Evil said, feet up on their desk. Still? Neutrality asked, surprised by the familiar tone. It was weird coming from Evil. You've been like that since freshman year. Always trying to be nice and getting kicked around for it, Evil replied. Freshman year? How would you even know that? Neutrality asked. Because we had classes together. Wait, do you not recognize me? Evil asked. Neutrality was shocked by the idea that he would. Evil looked like they were about to say something then swallowed the words. Gotta, piss. Evil said blandly. They got up and left in the wrong direction. That didn't mean they were lying, though. Neutrality wondered if they would go piss somewhere or on someone specific. He decided not to linger on those kinds of thoughts. Hey new. Do you not recognize them? Chaos asked in a combination of signs and 3 languages. I went to a neutral university, Neutrality said with a shrug. There was no chance they'd had classes together. Yeah, so did they. Evil used to be neutral before the unpleasantness with the old Evil, Chaos explained. What? Neutrality asked, too surprised to form a better question. When Chaos had told him that story, he'd thought that Evil had done something to the old Neutrality. Looking toward the retreating form, Neutrality felt a moment of vertigo. Always in a hoodie, kind of a bastard, combative, feet up on the desk. Evil's image overlapped with a similar but less sinister one in Neutrality's memories. If he wasn't wrong, they'd had almost all the same classes together. He wouldn't have called them friends, but they'd known each other well. A second wave hit as things started to click into place. Knowing his name was Kevin, not getting in his personal space, and not touching him. They were still evil, but they hadn't harassed him despite having every opportunity to. Were they being nice to me? Neutrality wondered for a moment. He wasn't sure, couldn't be since a long game was possible, but his experience suggested he had the right idea. Then, forgetting why he'd been trapped in the office for weeks, Neutrality hurried after Evil. They needed to talk. Chaos followed, riding their office chair, which was suddenly self-propelling. A strange giggle issued from them as they went. Drama was afoot, and they would not miss it. While the three system admins left, back at Evil's desk, the apple began to smoke. The snow-white flesh beneath ruby-red skin blackening where Evil had taken a bite. A few minutes after the room had emptied, Good strode in. As if it were perfectly natural for them to be there. They bent down and crawled under Neutrality's desk. An undignified act, to be sure, but necessary. Good couldn't transgress Evil's personal space. So instead, underneath Neutrality's desk, they accessed the back of Evil's system unit. Good slotted a thumb drive into a port and then stood up. They didn't know what the point of the task was, but Good had their orders. Law had been thwarted once and given up, but Good wasn't so easily deterred. They'd danced with Evil in one form or another for centuries. It was always a matter of patience, ingenuity, and sacrifice. Good flinched a bit as they approached Evil's desk but were determined. They looked fondly at the still smoking apple. The fruit was usually associated with evil. It was careless to think all foods followed broader symbolism. This one was a holy apple from a lovely little pocket world of near-perfect order. Its inhabitants had created a garden, then laid down and entered a state of bliss. Good had left crates worth around various places in the office for the last few weeks. Neutrality hadn't disappointed and finally brought some back to the office to share. Finally ready to go, Good took a moment to look over Neutrality's desk. It was orderly but operated on its own unique rules. That earned a disappointed tongue clucking. It was sad how Neutrality always came so close to understanding the proper way of things. Yet, they always fell short. Good had tried their very best to guide Neutrality when they still worked out of the same office. To show them by example how to live. The failure rankled, but Good accepted that they were not perfect yet. Good liked Neutrality, but they honestly liked everyone. No one was actually special to them. That was the province of Evil, to covet and to play favorites. Much like revenge, which Evil would no doubt enact in short order. Evil would figure out that they'd been poisoned. Neutrality would be the scapegoat for what Good had done. It was a needful sacrifice. Chapter 50. Cleansing Chaos. Steve was working through a pile of potential candidates for various positions in his office. Or at least he probably looked like he was. But, really, he was just shuffling papers and waiting on a timer. He'd set up a microbrewery in what was supposed to be a file closet. As a recruiter, his job was pretty simple. He went through his allotment of candidates and picked out potential placement worlds for them, then tried to talk them into it. If needed, he had a variety of incentives he was authorized to offer as well as starter packs. Working for Chaos meant actually doing his job was largely optional so long as Steve greased a few palms here and there. The fact that he dipped into the glitch invites more often than his assigned candidates was also overlooked, if not outright unnoticed. Seriously, you're not okay, just a voice filtered into the void. Steve broke out of the existential limbo that descended as he waited for the timer and looked toward the sound. A door that would connect to a hallway appearing in the void. More eyes than 3 physical forms should have supported greeted Stephen as he stood in the open doorway. An evil was curled defensively on the ground, one leg extended to fend off a fretting neutrality. Behind them, Chaos was watching the scene with interest. "What?" Steve asked Chaos. He could have closed the door to his office, probably should have. But, instead, he found himself looking harder at the collection of alignments. Fuzzy runes swam for a moment but finally cleared into basic information. They were all system admins. "Thrilling, isn't it?" Chaos responded in sing-song. "Go kill each other somewhere else," Steve said flatly. Of course, it wasn't supposed to happen, but that didn't mean it didn't. It was definitely weird that 3 alignments were involved, but it was basically none of his business. "Is it that bad?" Neutrality asked in wide-eyed surprise. Evil's foot connected with his stomach and sent him back a pace. Bizarrely he didn't retreat and instead tried again, hands up in a display of non-aggression. Like he was trying to coax an injured cat rather than an agent of evil. The neutrality looked a bit roughed up, blood running from a split lip, but the evil was in bad shape. Smoke was leaking from several orifices, and it gave off a pleasant scent which wasn't a good sign. "What are you even trying to do?" Steve asked, confused. Evil swatted at neutrality again. Why neutrality was taking a beating when time would do the job soon enough was a mystery. "To help her, but she thinks it's my fault." Neutrality broke off and hissed in pain. Evil had clawed him pretty good when his attention wavered. Despite that, he seemed set on trying again. Chaos just watched, not that they could have done much else under the circumstances. Steve was only supposed to be able to see primary alignments. The side one was recruited by which was relevant to the job. He could see whole alignments, though, and neutrality was neutral good. Not that Steven needed his ability to figure that out. Neutrality was literally bleeding and going back for more in an attempt to help his co-worker. Instead of stepping back in his office like he should have, Steve strode forward. His void-like form drawing in light and expanding to fill the space. Evil tried to fight back but only managed a weak failing. Steve was technically middle management, a system admin never stood a chance. "Hey, what are you?" Neutrality started in worry. Steve ignored him, picking Evil up and carrying her into his office. "Come on, not much time," Steve said plainly. Neutrality came running after him. Chaos sort of oozed, abandoning the office chair, but they just closed the door, taking up a guard stance in the hallway instead of entering. Steve swept his desk clear and laid Evil on top of it. There were a couple possible options for what was wrong, and he needed to narrow them down. He was reasonably sure it was poison, but some magic had the same effect, and they required very different treatments. "Did they eat or drink anything strange?" Steve asked. "No." Neutrality said, confused. He looked to Evil, and despite how they curled and hissed, he still managed to get close and take her hand. This time she didn't fight back, tired or possibly too far gone to bother. "Better hope I fucking die of this, if it was you," Evil growled. "I didn't." "Come on, did you eat or drink anything strange?" Neutrality asked urgently. "No. Just canned chaos and like half an apple." Evil said, words ending in a groan. Steve stiffened at the mention of the fruit. He'd seen them around the office, and if it was that kind, Evil was in real trouble. "If you actually want her to live, you need to access an evil-aligned world, fast," Steve said sharply. "I can, but Neutrality hesitated." Steve waited. Neutrality shouldn't have access to evil systems. If he was going to backpedal and give up on evil, this would be his last chance. "I can. Let me borrow your interface," Neutrality said, shoulders squaring up as he stood straighter. Steve handed it over. A perk of his job was that he had a fully portable version that looked like a steampunk laptop if one ignored the organic elements that occasionally winked. Neutrality sat down on the floor, hunching over the laptop. He signed into Evil's interface as quickly as possible and felt glad he was already familiar with its layout. The red and black had been a bit jarring the first few times he'd used it, and this wasn't a moment for awkward flailing with the unfamiliar. Find a world with the highest alignment rating possible, Stephen instructed. He was busy getting a keg out of his file closet brewery. Flushing it won't fix the problem, but you need to puke up what's in you. So it doesn't get worse, Steve explained, offering Evil a hose connected to the tap rather than a cup. She looked at it dubiously, then pushed up on an elbow with help and started drinking. Evil's complete alignment was neutral evil, so chaos didn't have much effect. At least not until it mixed up with the stuff already in her. It hit that mess and made throwing up easier, if nothing else. Better than trying to dry heave, at least. A sizzling black mash of what had been apple came up after a few rounds. Steve stood over Neutrality's shoulder and gave him general instructions on what to look for. It wasn't as straightforward as looking for something equally evil to counterbalance what had been consumed. They needed a healing item, and those weren't common for heavily evil-aligned factions or worlds. Neutrality felt himself sweat as he started sorting search results after constraining locations. It would have been much simpler if they could have just used an equally evil item or poison to counteract what had happened. Those showed up in alarming numbers. Finally, after narrowing the search a third time, he turned something up and used the system to pull a copy. It was against the rules to take something from the system for personal use, but he didn't even hesitate. The item materialized on Steve's desk, and the bathrobe-clad void of a recruiter snatched it up and quickly gave it to Evil. Neutrality felt his body go boneless in relief. He'd been in a panic since he'd first caught up to Evil and realized that something was wrong. More so than simply having offended her. Is she going to be okay? Neutrality asked Steve. He'd done as he was told, and he supposed it would take time to know, but he wanted the reassurance. Well, she'll survive this if not the scramble to take her place, Steve said, sounding perplexed by Neutrality's choice of wording. What? Neutrality asked. Evil positions are considered spoils. They get claimed when the current holder dies. Given how weakened she is, I doubt she'll be able to fend off anyone career-minded, Steve explained. Neutrality felt like someone had turned off the local gravity. He'd thought that as long as she survived what was happening that she'd be fine eventually. By the time his mind cleared the blue screen haze, Evil was laying calmly on the desk. Steve excused himself, stepping out into the hall where chaos waited still. Neutrality got up and went over to take Evil's hand again. It wasn't a gesture he'd grown up with, but he'd seen it and had always felt like it would be nice if someone did that when he felt like shit. Evil definitely looked like that was how she felt. Don't. We knew each other at school, but helping me this much is already more than you should have done, Evil said flatly. It was the right kind of answer given their alignments, even if the delivery was a little soft for Evil. Probably an after effect of whatever had been killing her. Neutrality felt like he should have noticed earlier when she started being nice. Only it wasn't entirely out of place, just a little too much all at once. A name swam up from his memory, and the last of the hazy surrounding her disappeared. He knew exactly who he was looking at. Perbindage. You look like shit, and you probably feel worse, so just shut up, Neutrality said with a grin. You weren't supposed to have friends or enemies at a neutral school, just alliances and acquaintances. It was an unofficial part of the curriculum that he'd failed at pretty miserably. What Evil had been at the time was still questionable, but it didn't matter terribly at the moment. Not to him, at least. Outside the office, Steve stood next to the door but wasn't eavesdropping or guarding it. Chaos was doing both. His old acquaintance shifted form several times, emitting odd little pleased sounds as they did. Pet project of yours? Steve asked. He used his ability on Chaos, curious what he'd see. Like every time before, they came up as just Chaos. They swiveled something like jewels in eye sockets toward Steve. Still can't let go of what was, I see, Chaos said with a giggle like a chorus of voices choking. They looked Steve's disheveled form up and down, noting that he hadn't even bothered tying the bathrobe shut. Not that his form had any anatomy in need of hiding. He was only essentially shaped like a bipedal humanoid. Would I be half as entertaining if I could? Steve asked. Probably not, Chaos acknowledged. Just keep in mind that while I care not for the game, I mind if my fun is spoiled, Chaos said. Seemingly finished, they remounted their office chair, which began to roll away of its own accord. Steve watched them go, wondering if there were any actual Chaos employees or if they were all just puppet embodiments of the Force itself. He didn't dwell on it long. Taking a can of Chaos out of his robe, Steve popped the top and started drinking. He sipped meditatively as he considered Chow's rather clear threat. He chuckled after a moment. He'd gotten an evil admin login and password he hadn't expected from the matter. He'd likely get a neutral one too, if the pair hung around long enough. Whether or not Chaos could handle a bit of their own medicine wasn't his problem. As the bathrobe would attest, he was long past giving a fuck. Chapter 51. Questionable Gifts. It took me 2 days and help from the skeletons to get the blue and green stacks fully sorted. They banded together in parties and walked down from the entrance to check the layout. I didn't do anything to help them, letting them explore it naturally since that was the point. Their perfect dark vision made it a little less than accurate to a mortal's experience, but it was close enough. Predictably they didn't have any trouble with the blue stack, and the green provided only minor irritations. No one even came close to ending up respawning, which raised a question. They were 6th level, and while I wanted the green stacks to be easy, I wasn't sure I wanted it to be that easy. Thoughts, questions, concerns? I asked as a party arrived at the mirror. They had traversed the yellow stack as well, but I wasn't focusing on that for the moment. I'd already decided to move the necropolis down to become the orange stack boss encounter. I just needed to finish putting in the red stack's floor plan before I could make the switch. It was kind of boring, to be honest, mistress, Angelo piped up easily. The rest of the skeletons milled, clearly not feeling up to critiquing the experience to my face. Not enough of a challenge from the traps, too little combat. I prompted, pen in hand. I was offended though I was getting a little irritated at the poor quality of the feedback. I really needed to make a standard form and just text it to everyone. Yes, to both. The bats were interesting, but I feel like there should have been more than one major fight, Angelo offered. Yeah, that's been pretty common. I'm going to add some floor boss challenges starting with the green stack. Blue's not supposed to be hard anyway, I explained. Chris had given me a pretty thorough dressing down about my trap placements. I wasn't going to take all of his advice. That would end with not a dungeon so much as a Rube Goldberg murder machine. All the same, I was going to push the difficulty up. Aesthetically. I asked though I wasn't super hopeful. It's probably nice if you like caves. I mean, some of it was pretty. Are we allowed to go above ground? Angelo asked. I was caught off guard since I'd been scribbling some notes. Right now? Sure, I don't think you can leave the dungeon even up there, but feel free to walk around if you want, I said, probably a little too quickly. Of course, I could take the offer back if I needed to, but it seemed harmless enough. I didn't really enjoy going above ground without reason myself. It was probably why I hadn't thought to ask the skeletons before. Thank you, mistress. I believe I'll excuse myself to watch the sunset then, Angelo said, giving a slight bow. I nodded and excused the rest of the skeletons with a gesture. Then, thinking about the matter for a couple moments, I decided to send a text. It wasn't fair to let him go and not inform the rest of the Bone Brigade, as they called themselves, of the news. The popularity of the idea was confirmed a few minutes later when most of the population of the necropolis started drifting by me. Alone, in pairs, a few in small groups, they all gave the odd wave or bow as they passed. Seeing them, I felt bad that the idea hadn't occurred to me until someone else brought it up. Aside from the exchanges with the skeletons, I paid attention to my work. Sorting the green stacks floor plan was going fine, but Angelo's words were nagging at me. Adding a floor boss would be easy enough, but mid-bosses were also staples of games I'd like to play. Of course, that would mean adding additional layers. Additional layers weren't a problem, but they would need more planning. So would how adventurers got around the expanded dungeon. Stairs were going to be an enormous pain in the ass, mainly since I hadn't found a method to prevent someone from going the wrong way on them. I didn't want people to be able to skip straight to the bottom of a stack. I didn't doubt that some people would be strong enough to farm lower-tier bosses. I just didn't want them to be able to walk straight to them like it was a free lunch. They were a bit expensive, but there were the linked teleport circles in the store that I'd been eyeing. After a couple minutes of thinking, I decided that I'd use them to teleport to the start of stacks and up from the safe zones after the boss fights. Getting between different layers in a stack would require stairs. Ones found at the beginning and end of the layers. It was a pretty basic setup in my opinion, but it didn't bother me. Internal systems needed to be functional and provide utility. They were one of the only things I'd emphasize function over form with. Not that I wouldn't try to make them aesthetically pleasing later. I kept an eye on the system clock as I worked. Then, when it was only a half hour before the refresh, I sent Elim a quick warning text. That done, I went ahead with buying his blessing. I was glad to be alone for the moment since I wasn't sure what would happen after. If I had to deal with a bunch of pop-ups, I'd look like a lunatic staring into the air and mumbling to myself. Not the kind of image that instilled confidence in one's subordinates. I could have done it in share mode so others could see but chose not to. This was dealing with personal information, and I felt like that should be respected. Information privacy, as I was familiar with it, probably wasn't a thing locally. However, that didn't mean I would ignore it. As soon as I confirmed the purchase, I felt like battery acid was coursing through the veins I no longer had. Corroding and destroying as they gushed through me until I filled with it. Visions and pain slammed through me too fast to process much of it meaningfully. Kings played chess on fine green silk while the world heaved and burned around them. Both had hands enough to cover their eyes, ears, and all the mouths of creation. The runes I had seen made up their crowns, and them, and everything else. All data was for the worms, and no matter if the game was chess, dice, or Scrabble, they were just fucking a dead horse to wring the last vestige of pleasure from a well run dry. I woke up, did something new. I threw up. Compared with the simple heaving wretches of a mortal body, this was much worse. The entirety of my consciousness seemed to bunch up before tearing something from itself and forcing it out. The thing that came up was a glittering fragment of crystal, and I recoiled from it though my body was leaden, and I ended up slithering away from it a few feet before collapsing rather than hovering. I huddled against the wall and tried to gather my thoughts. The experience was done, the pain and the visions were gone, but it lingered in a way upgrade sickness hadn't. It wasn't until I heard someone approaching from the necropolis that I pulled myself together a little. Quickly I put the crystal into my inventory. I was scared of what it might mean but more afraid of it being seen. "Me mistress," Henry called out. I felt relieved at the sound of his voice. Aaron might have been able to sense something about what happened. Or not. I had almost no idea how magic worked outside of a handful of encyclopedia entries I'd read but only partly understood. "Yes," I said, glad my psychic voice didn't reflect the state of my body. If it had, that would have come out hoarse at best. As it was, there was still a tremor in it, a hint of my fear. "Are you all right?" Henry asked, suddenly close to me. Skeletal hand reaching out to touch my face. I wasn't sure if he'd used his movement ability or if I'd just zoned out. Either way, I froze in surprise. "Yes. Just feeling a bit off," I said, uncertain if I was lying or not. I still wasn't hovering, but I could sit on surfaces with effort, so it wasn't totally unnatural. Are you sure?" Henry asked, obviously still concerned. I chuckled a little, tilting my head into his hand without thinking. I couldn't really feel the contact, but I knew it was there and that was comforting in its own way. "Thank you, but I'm fine," I said, sounding more confident than I felt. "Were you looking for me?" I asked, trying to derail the current conversation. "Why yes, would you?" Henry broke off, looking away in distaste. I put a hand on his shoulder, knowing he didn't like it when his stutter got worse than usual. It didn't feel right to ignore his discomfort after he'd come over to check on me. "It's okay, take your time," I said gently. Henry nodded but stayed silent a moment longer. "Would you accompany me stargazing?" Henry asked. I was surprised by the offer and almost said no. I should have been checking on the crystal and trying to figure out what happened. Despite knowing what I should do, I was reluctant. The pain and visions were still too fresh in my mind. So a distraction was most welcome. "I'd love to," I said, trying to push myself off the floor. It was awkward, my tail not really cooperating at first. Henry had to help me up, and it took a couple tries to figure out a kind of serpentine slither. This time when Henry offered me his elbow, I genuinely needed the support. "What's that?" I asked, finally noticing he was carrying something. It looked remarkably like a picnic basket, but neither of us ate. Thinking of that, I quickly grabbed a pair of chaos colas from my chamber of machinations. I'd thought I'd used them all up at the party until a few hours after it. Then, to my surprise, the plastic ring holder had spawned new ones. The old cans disappearing without a trace. At some point, when I was feeling brave, I was really going to have to put on in my inventory and find out what made them tick. "AAS surprise," Henry said archly. I could have checked with the system but refrained. It was a bad habit to rob life of its little mysteries, in my opinion. Not that I wasn't occasionally tempted to cheat at board games with it, particularly against Chris. "All right," I said, laughing. It felt good to be moving away from the necropolis. To have something novel to do rather than worry. Just using my inventory had made me flinch a little when I caught sight of the crystal. As if it might notice I was looking and hurt me again, though I knew that was silly. We started traversing the stacks at a sedate pace, my slither hardly quick. I was still getting the hang of it. Despite that, Henry didn't seem put out by our slow going. Instead, he waited patiently when I stumbled and had to figure out what exactly had gone wrong. When we reached the descent chamber, as I called the formal entrance to the dungeon from the top layer, we paused. Henry was waiting for me, but I was looking up. "Shall we, or did you have somewhere else in mind?" I asked as I pulled a ramp up with ease. It had been a few weeks since the system's new year, but the view up top was one of the best available. Not at all, that would be love. Henry gave up on the final word, and I just nodded. It didn't take a rocket surgeon to know what he'd meant. Once outside, Henry revealed his surprise. A quilt in black with blue starbursts that he laid out on the ground. The night was clear as we sat down and looked up to find countless stars glittering above us. I knew thanks to the system that below us, plenty of skeletons had climbed up the mountain slope. They'd stopped further down but were taking in the view just like us. I was glad Henry hadn't minded the more secluded spot. It wouldn't have been right to spoil the others' fun with my presence. "Drink?" I asked. I held out a can of chaos soda to Henry. He accepted, popping the top and taking a few sips. I did the same and got strawberry kiwi and wondered what Henry's had ended up being. "The view really is lovely," I said instead, laying back on the quilt. The sky was magnificent, and I felt myself relaxing a little more. "Indeed," Henry said softly. He'd looked toward me as he said it, and for a moment, I'd been stunned. I had to stifle a laugh in the next instant. I was probably all but invisible. Only my fiery orbs glowing eerily in the night to be seen. Tickled by my own vanity, I let a laugh escape that turned into a sigh. Neither of us said anything more, and Henry laid back beside me on the quilt. We stayed like that for nearly an hour until I felt safe. Finally free of the shadow of what happened, I decided it was time to take a serious look at the elephant in my inventory. The crystal was a milky white in color with surface details that reminded me of a mouth and ears. All of the information fields came up gibberish save for one, boon, its name. Given that I'd been activating a blessing for Duello, a god of communication, it made a kind of sense. I tried looking up what a boon was and how it worked, but the encyclopedia turned up nothing more than a basic definition. It was something meant to be useful or grant a favor. How, why, and when were not covered. Ugh, I moaned, embarrassed by my earlier reaction. I'd been caught off guard, but I shouldn't have been so frazzled. To be fair, though, I wasn't subject to blinding pain out of the blue and vomiting glowing rocks on a typical day. Are you all right, me mistress? Henry asked. He'd pushed up on an elbow to get a look at me. Fine, thank you, and you can call me 42, just 42, I said, laughing again. He always said it so seriously that I couldn't help finding it a bit funny despite the situation. As you wish, Jew, just 42, Henry replied. I laughed harder and gave him a little push, throwing him onto his back beside me again. We both laughed then, and I felt relief sink deep into my pseudo-flesh. Everything was fine for now. Chapter 52. Rearrangements. After a night of stargazing, I took some time to talk with the skeletons. None were particularly interested in getting rooms with views, but they liked having access to the surface. Knowing they might not get that chance once people arrived to challenge the dungeon, I started thinking up a workaround. The answer I came up with was cutting a chamber inside the mountain. Then, I used paired teleportation circles to connect it to the necropolis. It, in turn, led to some hidden terraces where the skeletons could safely pop out for some sunbathing or stargazing as the mood struck them. I used a second set of teleporters to connect to my own little viewing spot, but that one wasn't public. So I'd stashed the teleporter for it in my chamber of machinations. It wasn't hard to add and remove a ramp to reach it, but this was easier and couldn't be blocked if adventures showed up. Whatcha doin'? Chris drawled as he sauntered into my chamber. He looked significantly more singed than usual. What happened to you? I asked, head tilted. Nothing, Chris said casually. I doubted that and checked the security feed. To my chagrin, nothing actually had happened. Chris had just gotten a little too close to the new pyroclastic flows I'd added to heat up the hound's environment to a more comfortable level. It was easy to forget sometimes that temperature was a thing since I didn't really experience it. I'll fix the entrance, I said, rubbing my temples. I pushed my chamber back and made a formal entrance where I placed a teleportation circle. Its mate went into the necropolis near the ones for the terraces. I colored mine green and drew a little cartoon of myself into the wall above it. The terrace one was blue with a star. Whatever waters I mean, suit yourself, Chris said. I raised an eyebrow at that. It wasn't like him to hesitate with a nasty comment. However, my curiosity instantly abated when he flopped down with a sickening crack of bones on my stone couch. Fucking hell, Chris. I know it doesn't hurt, but that sound, I said, not sure how he could do it. If my body made that kind of noise, I'd be thoroughly uncomfortable. Chris just shrugged, looking up at the wall I was standing in front of curiously, then back to me. He clearly hadn't forgotten his question. I'm working on the dungeon. You know, like a dungeon master, I said flatly but chuckled in the end. Right, but what part? You know, since you don't want to make it awesome like I suggested, Chris said. He'd been a bit of an ass since I'd decided not to turn the blue level into a giant episode of Will It Blend as per his suggestion. Despite that, I took a moment and decided to try and be cool about it. Chris was a drama queen about a lot of things, but that didn't mean I hadn't hurt his feelings or possibly his professional pride. Okay, seriously, you had good ideas, and I've already used some and will use more. The thing is, I want some people to survive and get cool stuff. You know, so they'll convince other people to come and do the same, I explained, not for the first time. Sounds like a good way to end up dead, Chris said, shrugging again. At some point, he'd stolen a can of chaos soda and now cracked it open to drink. I tilted my head at his lack of understanding, then remembered he hadn't really talked with other dungeon masters. Yeah, it's a risk, but I need to pay a yearly tithe. If people stop coming because the dungeon is too dangerous to even attempt, then I'll end up screwed anyway, I explained. That gave Chris pause, and when he didn't comment, I felt like I'd finally gotten through to him on the point. Look, that's why I'm dividing everything up and raising the difficulty as it goes, I said, gesturing to the maps. This time Chris nodded, looking up briefly before returning to his drink. He'd produced a book from somewhere and was opening it to read. I recognized the book as one of the illustrated alphabet books I'd made for him. The rogue-themed one specifically, it blended weapons, traps, and poisons to fill out the letters. He'd cackled happily when I'd given it to him, though he still liked Goodnight Moon better from what I could tell. Since my side projects were done for the moment, I got back to my primary task. Agony was due in several days, so I'd been going through my setup with a fine-tooth comb. An act that brought to my attention how difficult it was to keep track of everything going on with it. Only being able to look at one layer at a time in the interface without some serious copy-pasting in my art editor had severe drawbacks. To combat that, I'd started drawing on the wall of my chamber of machinations to help organize everything. At the end closest to the door was a simple diagram of the layers color-coded by stack. Next to that was where I'd drawn out the maps for the individual layers. They were arranged in columns according to stack to keep things simple. Beside them was a legend for what all the little icons I used meant. The new idea board was helping me organize my thoughts. I'd already found some opportunities that I'd missed the first time. For example, through no particular plan of my own, I had overlapping dead space on the second and third floors of the green stack. The spots lined up nicely to add a slide trap. It would throw the unwary straight into the boss fight on the third floor. I chuckled, knowing Chris would disapprove of it not leading to a spike pit full of poison gas. Looking things over, I knew objectively that the design wasn't good. The layers were strong, but the layout of the overall dungeon was weak. There was a design rule called the Rule of 3. Anything with a pattern needed to pay off or change by the third repetition. Right now, my dungeon wasn't doing that. Chalk in hand, I looked at my drawings and considered how to approach the issue. Ideally, instead of a flat progression, the dungeon would follow an intensity map that would keep people invested. Since this was hardly a new problem, I'd been stashing tiles in the red stack layers to be used later. A choice that had led to a pretty fucked up layout in that section. I ignored it, knowing I'd be moving them around once I figured out where I wanted them. The blue layers at least were complete outside of some planned expansion. Nothing complex, just larger layouts and some more diverse gathering options that didn't need to be sorted out soon. At least not before Agony's visit anyway. The green stack only being 3 layers in total was bugging me pretty badly. It wasn't supposed to be hard, but that didn't mean I had to make it simple. So I started sketching and pretty quickly had a total of 9 layers drawn out. Too many for the tiles I had at the moment. Despite the tile shortage, I took some and roughed in the basics. The result was small layers, more like showcase models than a finished setup. Of course, it went against my instincts to leave them like that, but I needed to plan things. Expanding them to look finished for finishing's sake wouldn't be productive. I wanted to impress Agony, but that didn't mean I could waste time and resources. Besides, I felt like he'd understand. I doubted any dungeon was fully completed after only a couple weeks. How little time I'd actually been a dungeon master caught up with me at that moment, and I let out a laugh. "What?" Chris called from the couch. "Nothing, just an inside joke," I said. It earned me an eye roll I could practically hear, though I hadn't turned to look. I opened up my shop and found a non-venomous giant millipede. It became the first mini-boss for the green stacks. Not too challenging but more interesting than the mobs already in place. I downgraded the bats from final boss to mid-boss. They were an intellectual challenge but not strong enough on review. I felt better about my design when they took up residence on the 6th layer of the green stack. All that was left now was a new final boss for the stack. I looked for something cave appropriate to continue the theme. While they didn't leap off the shop page at me, I quickly read up on large and giant moles. The moles were pretty cute, in my opinion. I supposed that would be a matter of taste, though, since the giant one was the size of a grizzly bear. They did moderate damage but were more tank-oriented, designed to take punishment. I made a note to buy a set of them after refresh instead of immediately. With the rule of 3 in mind, I knew that something about the final boss encounter needed to be different. With the monsters decided, I felt like it was better to reserve my mana for tinkering until I figured out what I'd do. This was where it was critical to avoid a straightforward escalation of power. That would be boring and expected. Instead, the final boss fight should incorporate things from the prior layers. The idea was to build established elements to make the encounter a multifaceted challenge. Half an hour into my pondering, I was distracted by a theatrical amount of shifting and general noise-making from Chris. "What?" I asked, having a pretty good idea what the problem was. "I'm bored," Chris replied, psychic voice heavily laden with false sorrow. I sighed. This wasn't the first time we'd discussed this topic. "What would you like to do?" I asked. I'd been doing my best to supply entertainment, but even producing books and games from memory wasn't something I could do quickly enough to keep up with his fast-waning interest. The same went for trying to make his obstacle course fun. Kill adventures. "I get that it's just not an option, but doing that walkthrough put me in the mood," Chris said. I was about to say something soothing when I felt a sudden jab of inspiration. "What about making teams and fighting the other skeletons?" I offered. "Explain," Chris said, getting up from the couch to bound over to me. "Like mock raids where you try to get through the dungeon like an adventurer would. One team descends, the other defends the mirror encounter," I explained. "You could even treat it like a sport and score it," I added. The skeletons seemed to love to gamble, so I figured that would be a selling point. Yes, we should do that," Chris said, voice even but jewels ablaze. By the intensity of his reaction, I knew that I'd come up with a good idea. Unfortunately, I'd probably also created a new complication to dungeon management for myself. I didn't regret it. How could I when Chris was literally lighting up over the idea? "I'll text the others with the idea, and we can have a meeting to talk about it later," I suggested. I wasn't sure how the others would respond, but I hoped it would interest some of them. "I'm going to go tell them," Chris shouted. He dashed straight for the necropolis teleportation pad. I couldn't help but chuckle as I watched him go. Chapter 53. Letters Between Friends. After refresh I bought a set of moles and placed them into the mini test layer I'd put in. I wasn't wrong about them looking cute even in person. Once they were in, I played with the boss encounter area to make it more comfortable for them space-wise and added some prey creatures for snacks. Unlike the hounds, they couldn't verbally communicate, but they seemed to understand me. The giant one nodded when I explained about the snacks. After a few rounds of gesture exchange I felt fairly confident they were comfortable, though they didn't seem interested in leaving. Like I had for the skeletons, I put in a break room on the level for them. Theirs was accessed by tunneling down through the earth and through a magic doorway. It was basically a copy of the boss encounter, but it was protected so they could dig and hunt for snacks without having to worry about being bothered. Feeling like the green stack was done outside of some minor revisions, I took a look at the yellow. I let out a sigh, still not feeling any real kind of inspiration about it. Instead of bothering with that, I went to work on infrastructure issues. I mocked up mini layers and put in the stairs for them, as well as boss encounter rooms and safe zones. I'd gone in sets of 3 in the green zones, so that wasn't going to fly for yellow. Playing with that aspect could wait until later though. For now I was just establishing minimums and waiting for an idea to jump out at me. While I was busy, a chime caught my attention. I looked up sharply, forgetting for a moment that the sound was in my head. It turned out to be from Elim, which cheered me up. Mistress 42. I discussed the matter of the relatives you asked about with my mother as well as the identity of my father. She wrote a letter which I've added to the inventory. She seems to be concerned about some aspect of it but doesn't want to tell me, so I ask you respect her wish and not let me know of its contents. I'm an excellent liar, but she'll know just by looking at my face if I were to read it or come to know of its contents. Some form of motherly dark magic, I assume. All is well with my family thanks to your gifts. My mother's health has been better than restored and my daughter is as mischievous as I remember, to my delight. Your grateful servant, Elim. Elim's message left me laughing. I wasn't sure, but I felt like he'd be a garbage liar no matter if he was trying to get it past his mother or not. I opened Erica's letter, burning with curiosity. The first thing that stood out was how lovely his mother's handwriting was. My own tilted between an art project and chicken scratch. Hers flowed smoothly, forming elegant letters for the length of the page. Dear Lady 42. I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. I may only pray that one day I might be allowed to repay you even a tenth of your generosity. Even so, I hesitate to answer the question my son asked on your behalf. Forgive me for this, but it's part and parcel with an old wound I did not wish to look on, let alone reopen. Even so, I cannot justify denying you an answer and can only beg that you do not share it with my son. My father, Bernard Silverleaf, was Baronet of Crestfield. He lived for his ambitions and by the time I was 15 they had become greater than his station. He began to scheme dangerously and when I was 20 tried to entrap the fifth son of Earl Savikes, Lyndon, in a marriage with me. His ploy failed thanks to the intervention of Castor Grey. He helped me escape my father and claimed responsibility for Elim despite not being certain of his parentage. Neither of us had ambitions and raised him plainly, content with a common life together. I've never told Elim any of this part, just that my father had thrown me out. His possible identity came with a great deal of danger. Lyndon married a marquise's daughter. A marriage which has failed to produce heirs to this day. Knowing that Castor is in truth Elim's father is a deep relief to me, though I cannot help but fear the matter still. The people you mentioned are relatives of Earl Savikes to whom we should have no relation. If you could shed light on that matter, I would deeply appreciate it. Thank you once more for everything you have done. Erica. I read the letter twice to make sure I hadn't misunderstood anything. A dozen reasons why Erica was so certain of Lyndon being the father flared and fizzled in my mind. None of them were pleasant and they didn't really matter. What did matter was refining a clean piece of parchment and ink for myself quickly. I impatiently replicated as many pieces as I thought I'd need. In 5 minutes I had a piece of common D-grade parchment and black ink. Going back into the interface I made a quick image of the family tree. In my image editor I traced over them and added some flourishes. I copied that onto the parchment I'd prepared. With the tree ready to go I wrote a proper letter to go with it. Dear Erica. Due to certain circumstances, I have been divining information about your family. Elim's lineage connects to the Savikes family tree but not by way of Lyndon Savikes. Castor Grey's great-grandfather was Maron Savikes. Maron was the brother of the Earl's great-grandfather and did not inherit the family title. I don't know if the Savikes family is aware of the connection. Maron sired the line by way of Tommen Grey's daughter, Eugen. I don't know if that was publicly known at the time or not. I understand if this is difficult to believe, but I swear it is the truth as far as I'm aware. I will not speak of any of this to Elim out of respect for your wishes and his. When passing along your letter, he asked me to allow you to tell him about its contents in your own time. -42. As I rolled the letter and family tree together I realized I didn't have anything to seal it with. I popped over to Henry's crypt and he obligingly gave me a bit of ribbon. I used the wax from Erica's letter to refine some sealing wax for myself and changed its color to green. Though I didn't really need one, I was feeling a bit into the whole experience and made myself a seal by carving a piece of stone. The design was simple, a pair of mountain peaks of different depths so they'd make a relief impression. In the center of them was the numerals for 42, making it double as my signature in a way. I was super happy with it, then realized I shouldn't have included my name since I wasn't using it. The first seal went into my inventory while I made a new one that was just the image of the mountains this time. Popping my arm out of my chamber of machinations, I quickly had to snatch it back as half the stick of wax liquefied on contact with the air of the lava area. I really did forget how hot it was in there sometimes. Fortunately, there was enough left pooled in my hand for the seal. I kicked Elim a quick note to let him know I'd placed the letter in the inventory. With that finished, I took another look at Elim's family tree. Maron Saviks, according to the tree, had fathered enough children to crew a yacht by 6 different women. I got really strong philandering shitheel vibes from his entire section of the tree. Possibly unfairly, early death or during childbirth was probably super common locally. That didn't really alter the feeling I was getting, since I didn't see any indications he'd been married to any of the ladies in question. People didn't always get married where I was from, but the local area seemed medieval to me, and that made kids out of wedlock dangerous to a woman. I hoped I was wrong, but couldn't help the instinctive distaste for what seemed like a man repeatedly putting women in that position. Shaking off my disgust, I started to get back to work when I found a sudden ringing in my ear. It wasn't quite a single tone, but more like a series of chimes so close together that they almost sounded like one. Flabbergasted, I waited until it stopped, watching my message notice number climb as I waited. I had 23 messages by the time it was done. The titles varied, but they mostly seemed to equate to Fight League, and I couldn't help but laugh. I knew Chris was enthusiastic when he left, but I hadn't expected everyone else to respond so passionately to it too. Even the bards had written to me about it. This was going to be fun. Chapter 54. Birds of a Feather. The New Year's holiday was nearly over, and Erica was sitting at the table in the single room of the cottage working on a dress for Bess. Elim had brought some nice fabric home with him, and the girl was growing like a weed. Erica sewed the dress with a deep hem so it could be let out when she got taller again. Her granddaughter was off playing with the neighbor's girl, and Erica hummed to herself. A knock at the door distracted her. She wasn't expecting company, but Elim's arrival had likely drawn in someone curious from the village. She was thankful that her hair had grown out a little. The short cropped look wasn't common for women, but wasn't as strange as being bald. Rather than finding a villager or other familiar face, Erica opened the door to find a young woman. A tanned one in riding clothes with a sorrowful expression. She could have passed for a sweet-voiced and lanky boy if not for her exposed throat. "Hello, I'm Charlotte Tiller." "Are you Ms. Erica?" the young woman asked. "I am," Erica replied. She wasn't sure what to make of the tanned young thing. She had a neatness to her, from short hair down to her pants and worn but well-kept boots, that said she wasn't quite common but not noble either. Perhaps she was a merchant's daughter or the leader of a small trade group herself. "I'm so sorry about your son," Charlotte said in a shaking voice, on the verge of tears. "Ha, I know he doesn't like chopping wood, but this is a bit dramatic," Erica said with an eye roll. "Leave it to Elim to rope some poor young thing in on a bad joke." "Chopping wood? You have more than one son?" Charlotte asked in open confusion. "Ma, do I have a brother you didn't tell me about?" Elim called as he appeared with the axe slung over his shoulder. Charlotte looked like she'd seen a ghost. "Hey there, Tiller." Elim started friendly, until his expression blossomed with recognition. He ended up looking rather astonished. "Everyone said you died in the mine," Charlotte cried out, turning bloodlessly pale. She took a step back, looking like she was about to faint. Elim dropped his axe and dashed forward to get a hold of her arm and keep her on her feet. "Easy, Tiller, I was shot but I got lucky," Elim said, expression serious now. He helped Charlotte inside to the fabric-covered table. "I'm so sorry, I should have looked for you, but they said there were monsters in the mine." That you were already dead, Charlotte explained, crying properly now. Erica stepped outside and closed the front door. Someone had to put up the axe and it was best to leave the pair alone for a bit. She loved Bess, but the only thing better than one grandchild was a gaggle of them. Really, there were monsters. It was for the best that you didn't try to find me, Elim said soothingly. He gave Charlotte a pat on the shoulder but didn't try to shush her or do more. Sometimes a person needed a good cry and he was alright waiting until she was done. It took a few minutes, but eventually the tears seemed to come to a natural stop and she looked up at him with a weak smile. I'm glad you're okay, Charlotte said. Elim nodded, a hand going to his hair when he noticed a bare expanse of skin. He'd stripped down to his sleeveless undershirt while he was chopping wood. It was an inappropriate state of undress in front of company and he quickly darted over to grab a shirt from the laundry bin. I've seen more of you than that already, Tiller said, laughing as he pulled the shirt on. Elim blushed furiously. What happens soldiering ain't alright at home. It's bad manners and my mama raised me better than that, Elim said defensively. Charlotte had seen him and the gods only knew how many others from the army in various states of undress. Her seeing some skin wasn't really the problem. The issue was that he was being a bad host. He could have grabbed his original shirt and put it on when he came to see who was visiting. He'd just forgotten and acted like a mannerless lout because he was used to it. I didn't say it yet, but thanks for coming round to check on my mother. You didn't have to do that and I appreciate it, Elim said once he was properly dressed. Charlotte just nodded and it seemed like her turn to blush. About that, everyone felt terrible when they realized you'd been left behind. They sent along some money for your family, Tiller said, taking out a fairly sizable coin purse. That was kind of them. May as well give it to Rastin and Corey's families then. Unfortunately they really didn't make it out, Elim said somberly. He'd gotten lucky just to survive, let alone everything else that had followed. I'm afraid I don't know where they're from, Charlotte said. She wasn't actually part of the same unit and hadn't made friends with anyone but him, so it made sense. Trevorton and Rilford Village, both are on the way to the Fifth's capital so I can pass them along when I go to buy my way out, Elim explained. 42 had wanted to give money to the bereaved as well so it lined up with his plans just fine. You're leaving the army? Charlotte asked in surprise. Not many did, since it paid well, not unless they were disabled by an injury and even then some kind of work could usually still be found. Plenty of men washed laundry or maintained arms and equipment if they weren't fit to fight. Yeah, I got a job offer that pays a bit better and might even be a touch less dangerous, Elim said with a grin. Doing what? Charlotte asked, clearly suspicious. Elim still smiled, knowing her concern wasn't misplaced. Not many legal things paid better, not for someone with a peasant background. Working for the hermit who saved my life. She needed someone to get things for her and bring Em back so she can avoid having to go out. Neat little arrangement, and even if I weren't grateful to her for being alive, she's good for the money, Elim explained. He'd had some time to think about what he was going to tell people and it felt like that was enough. Hermits weren't particularly common but it wasn't like people wouldn't know the broad strokes. 42 had suggested a name but he decided against using it unless asked. No sense in volunteering anything too identifying if he didn't need to. Mind if I come along? My contract is up anyway so I need to head in, Charlotte asked. Elim paused, thinking about it for a moment. It would be a little inconvenient but it wasn't like he minded. He'd just have to watch himself and make sure she didn't see him using the item box. Something he should do anyway since no one should see that, even by accident. Works just fine for me, Elim said finally with a grin. Well, I should go see about getting a room for the night. Someone in the village said the headman's family has one to use, Charlotte said. Elim winced, knowing that room was more like a cowshed. It was also expensive. The headman was nice enough to locals, but he'd talk an outsider out of the shirt on their back if he could. If you don't mind, you can stay here and bed down with Bess and my ma. Accommodations come with meals and are available for the low price of free, Elim offered. Bedding down with cows aside, he felt a little protective of Tiller. They'd gotten on well, but her coming to give his family money after she thought he'd passed was more than simply touching. Well, who could pass up a deal like that, Charlotte said, laughing. Pa! Bessie called from outside. Elim was already darting out of the house. Charlotte was 2 steps behind him and drawing a dagger. She knew panic when she heard it. Outside, Bessie was kneeling on the ground, arms defensively scooping her skirt up to protect something. Above her a black hawk was hopping and screeching in the tree. Storm, what are you doing? Charlotte demanded of the bird. It chattered back at her, feathers ruffling in irritation. Liar! Lemon wouldn't hurt me. Bessie shouted in anger. Child, he says you have a lightning adder, Charlotte started, then caught on a beat late. Bessie had responded directly to Storm, not to what she'd said. Storm, get gone for a bit, Charlotte said. Bess, show me the snake please, Elim said, kneeling in front of his daughter. Charlotte felt a moment of vertigo. If it really were a lightning adder, odds were Elim was about to get bitten, and their venom was deadly. Despite that, he didn't look particularly bothered, as his daughter catching lethal snakes wasn't unusual. Charlotte recalled the first time she'd seen Elim without a shirt on. It had been when they found their way into the stone maze at the far side of the desert. He'd been stripping to get the sand out of his clothes and paused when she drew in a sharp breath. His left shoulder had been marred by a sizable burn. My daughter likes snakes and things and mistook a baby drake for one, Elim had said, laughing. As if drakes weren't terribly dangerous. They're a bit troublesome but not that bad. Besides, she has a talent for taming things, he'd added as he pulled his shirt back on. You don't mind her talent bringing dangerous things into your home? Charlotte had asked. Her own family had turned on her when her gift had manifested. As if a bit of a mess and a less than ladylike ability was an unforgivable crime. I wouldn't say it's a talent yet, but even if it is, why would I mind it? She's my girl, being able to do something strange won't change that, Elim had added. Looking at Bess now with her stubborn little face and golden curls, Charlotte felt a deep and terrible jag of envy for just a moment before it passed. Elim was a good father and her own was shit, but it wasn't like kids got to pick. While Charlotte had been reminiscing, Elim had gotten his daughter to reveal the snake. It turned out to be a mock adder, a fairly harmless creature, but Storm wouldn't know the difference. He also liked snake meat though, so it was possible he wouldn't have cared if he did. The bird was a greedy thing. Bess, did you understand what Storm was saying like I do? Charlotte asked. Elim looked up at her in surprise, but she kept her expression neutral as she looked steadily at the little girl. He's a rude bastard, Bess replied grumpily. Charlotte couldn't help it and her mouth dropped open. The bird looked like a black hawk but was larger and more wicked looking if you knew your stuff. It was a demonic variant of the species and saying he was foul-mouthed was an understatement. Bessie. Where'd you learn that word? Elim demanded. He had gone to pains to make sure nothing like it left his mouth around her. From Storm. Bess hissed, doing her best to wriggle out of her father's grasp. Tiller. Your bird swears. Elim demanded, which only made Charlotte laugh. Out of all the things to grab his attention about the situation, that was it. The demonic hawk's foul mouth? Really? Chapter 55. Agony. As Agony's visit drew near, I was working on some housekeeping tasks. One of the big ones was getting the teleport pads sorted out and color-coding them. I'd found an option in their settings to restrict how they could be used. I set the majority of them to only allow repeat visitors to use them both ways. If someone made it through a layer to a safe zone, they wouldn't have to fully restart their progress if they returned to attempt another delve. The change meant I had to edit how the boss rooms were accessed, however. I didn't want people abusing the privilege to farm bosses. For that, they'd have to restart the section and work their way back to the encounter. Thankfully the store had a couple of options to restrict backtracking. I didn't have to reinvent the wheel, and quickly installed some magic barriers. While I was at it, a nasty thought occurred to me. I felt a little shiver of anticipation. I'd definitely need to show Agony my idea when he arrived. When the last of the heavy lifting I'd be able to complete was done, I settled in to work on some lower priority tasks. I'd put off selecting materials to encourage low-level gathers in the blue stack. It was a project that was hard to get excited about when I had other more engaging design work still on the list. Despite my lack of enthusiasm, I got to it. First, I researched and picked out deposits of minerals, moss, fungi, and anything else cave-appropriate that people had a use for. That turned into me trying to find matching entries in my store. I got lucky and there were a fair amount. Once placement started, I got into it and found myself having fun. It was like when I fussed with the lighting. It didn't seem like much, but it added to the environment in interesting and subtle ways. It removed an uncomfortable sense of sterility I'd been struggling with without knowing exactly what the problem was. Pleased with the effect, I ended up resculpted the environment to include more natural elements. It wasn't possible or even desirable to remove all traces of intentional design. The difference was now it felt lived in and integrated. By the end, I didn't even mind that my alterations came with a cost. 5 mana a day in upkeep to maintain the generous respawn rates I'd set for materials wasn't much. Everything I'd placed would be routinely available but not inexhaustible. The day Agony was due to arrive, I felt relaxed. The nerves that first came when the notice arrived were long gone. Instead of hurrying to decorate, I was in my chamber of machinations doing layout work. There was a long list of other things I could be doing, but I found the activity grounding. I had plenty to show Agony already. It was better to be a calm and happy host than frantically trying to impress. When the hour of Agony's arrival finally arrived, I realized I didn't know how a visit actually worked. Of course, I could have texted him to ask, but it just hadn't occurred to me. That pulled a groan out of me as I knew I'd been thoughtless. With only a couple of minutes left until Agony would arrive, I sent him a text but didn't expect a reply. Or at least not one soon enough to matter. I hoped he'd show up near me, but if he arrived somewhere else, I'd just go find him when he appeared. When the timer on the request hit 0, I felt a shiver roll through me. A swirling vortex of darkness laced with faint colors had silently appeared. A shrill doorbell sounded, surprising me so much that I just stood staring dumbly. I looked for a knob or other means of admitting my guest but didn't find one. "Come in," I said tentatively. The vortex cleared to reveal an Arctic environment. I was too confused by the scene to notice something had hit me. Looking down, I found Agony shivering as he huddled against my chest, his glow looking dull. "Felicity," he said through chattering, something. I assumed teeth, but I'd never noticed anything though I could clearly hear a sound like it. Scooping him into my hands, I brought him over to the lava pool and set him down in it. Steam rose off of him, and he immediately perked up, his body taking on a brighter intensity. "What happened?" I asked after a couple of minutes. He was making happy little sounds, so I hadn't wanted to rush him while he recovered. Like the hounds, he was able to sink into the superheated rock like it was water. "Portal misrouted the first time," Agony said as he floated in the pool, then let himself sink underneath. "Happens so much it's basically normal, but that sucked," he added. I realized the lava wasn't impeding his ability to talk. That was a bridge too far, and I felt my mind cramp up at the sight. "Why does it behave like water when?" I mumbled to myself, scooping some up in my hand to have it run out rather than ooze. It hadn't behaved like this when the heroes in the tutorial encountered it. "Because magic and shit," Agony said helpfully as he came back up to the surface. "Because magic." Yet, using my brain wasn't going to solve this one so much as invite further trauma. "Noted. And you cuss now?" I asked, surprised to hear him say shit. I was numb to the word generally, but it was shocking coming from him. Did I? Shit, fuck, cock-sucking hell. Alright, I'm free of the auto-censor. Agony chirped. He rose up out of the lava to shake himself like one of the hounds. I laughed as much at the shaking as the enthusiastic cussing. The hounds had appeared, curious to see the much-anticipated guest was. My original plan had been to take Agony on a tour almost immediately, but the hounds had other ideas. Come with us. We know the best places. Black Moor yapped. Well, 42. Agony asked, looking torn. Feel free. Nothing I've got planned is on a timer, I said simply. Agony nodded. Then the three were taking off to explore. I felt a warmth at the sight that had nothing to do with ambient heat. I was proud of the hound's lair. I'd been slowly adding to it with both lava and non-lava tiles to give the hounds room to run. It was definitely one of my passion projects, second only to the necropolis. Left on my own for a bit, I poked at the lava pool with my tail. It sank in with only the barest suggestion of resistance. The way it behaved was brain-stabby uncomfortable if I thought about it, so I just didn't. Instead, I settled in like it was a hot tub. A soothing feeling of warmth enveloped me. It was an hour before Agony and the hounds were done with their little adventure. When they got back, Agony recounted the highlights, pleased with everything I'd set up. Do you feel up to exploring some of the colder parts of the dungeon? I hadn't considered that they might make you uncomfortable, I asked. In the tutorial, he'd moved around freely regardless of temperature. Because of that, it hadn't seemed like something I needed to worry about. Now, after seeing him half frozen, I felt cautious. Oh, no, I'll be perfectly fine. I'm synced with your dungeon's mana now, so while this area feels fantastic, I won't be uncomfortable elsewhere. Like these guys, Agony explained. He gave the hounds tiny pats. I felt relatively sure they couldn't feel them since they didn't immediately mob him for more. Alright then, ready for the grand tour? I asked. Agony shot over to rest on my shoulder. Lead on, mistress, Agony chirped. Amused, I tilted my head, and he leaned into the gesture like a hug. I could feel the faintest suggestion of contact and warmth, which was welcome after enduring my general numbness for so long. The first stop was nearby, so I didn't have anything to narrate. I just floated over and gestured dramatically at the waiting area I'd installed. Well, this is my chamber of machinations. Not too exciting, but if you're interested in a beverage, it's the place to go, I chirped. Once we were past the waiting room, Agony left my shoulder to get a better look on his own. Unlike when I was first getting started, the designs on the wall were neater. On one side, I had the scale drawings of the different layers. The completed ones were filled in with proper maps. Those still in progress were left blank. The layouts I was still working on were featured on the opposite wall. Instead of single drawings for each, I had thumbnails and rough sketches grouped and color-coded. Numbers corresponding to their place in the overall design. They kept the drawings and what they were for from tangling or getting lost. The back wall was taken up by plans for the temple. The overall design of the exterior was settled, though it needed refinement. What had me hung up with that project was the interior layout. Part of me wanted the simplicity of a single large room, but that wasn't a realistic design. Places of worship needed the ability to serve a variety of functions in my own world. I wasn't even sure how the goddess would usually be worshipped on this one. I needed to do more research before I committed to anything. Anything but the giant statue I'd already installed inside it. In a fit of inspiration, I'd created an abbreviated version of the exterior triptych. My eventual plan was to make it a fountain, but I was a ways off from being done with it enough to fuss with water element placement. Depending on what my research turned up, I might change its design or remove it. I can't say no one's ever done it, but this is literally the first time I've seen a DM map things like this, Agony said, giving me a grin. He'd been flitting about taking in everything while I lounged on the couch with a chaos soda. Most just wing it from what I've seen, Agony added. I winced at that. Ah, I can't do that. I'd lose my mind. Or, at the very least, track of everything I had going on, I said honestly. It could work on a smaller project, but I couldn't imagine doing something this big that way. I'd been suffering through using the art interface alone at first, but that was still documenting my process. Yeah, I can see why. You don't do things halfway, Agony said, chuckling as he gestured at the wall. Wanting to be a good host, I held up a can of chaos soda. A friend, Steve, sent me this. Want some? I asked. When Agony nodded, I made a tiny cup and poured it for him. He watched me in amusement but accepted without apparent issue. Was he your recruiter? Agony asked. He took a long drink, then sighed, apparently enjoying whatever flavor came up. Yeah, he seems nice, I hedged. I only had a general impression and didn't really know much about Steve. He might have been an absolute douche canoe once you got to actually know him. I hoped not. My friends list had exactly 3 entries at the moment, and I was reluctant to give one up. He's super awkward, but yeah, I'd call him nice. He's usually good to his placements, Agony said and finished his drink. I offered him more, but he declined. Then, turning around to look at the wall with the temple on it, he burst out laughing. What? I asked, confused by his response. Nothing, it's great. Just. When it's done, make sure you send Steve a pic. He'll love it, Agony assured me. I looked at him narrowly while he grinned impishly. I tilted my head as I decided I wouldn't be doing that anytime soon. I considered Agony a friend, but his vibe was very shit starting for fun at the moment. I'll think about it, I hedged. Boo, you're no fun, Agony replied, but laughed despite his words. There wasn't anything serious in his tone. Yep, I definitely wasn't going to walk into this trap, though I'd have been lying if I wasn't curious about why it was a trap. Agony looked at me with a kind of knowing grin, like he could see the suggestion had gotten its hooks in me. I gave him a soft poke, and Agony hissed, which was a mistake on his part. It was adorable. Chapter 56. Sacerdotes I Asserant Menses. With the tour of my chamber of machinations done, it was time to move on. With Agony perched on my shoulder, I headed toward a teleport pad. I felt a soft pat, his signal for me to stop. Something wrong? I asked, confused. All 3 inches of his lava genie figure giving off a failed attempt to contain his amusement. You don't need to use that. Just focus on where you want to be and taking me along, and you'll appear there, Agony explained. The gag order on non-tutorial content lifted along with the censor. I asked playfully. Agony gave a laugh like the roar of a fire. Chaos, no. That's just sub-tutorial level info. Or it should be. I've noticed some of the newbies are missing basic skills lately, Agony said, looking more somber toward the end. Was there somewhere I should have learned it from, or should I just have known instinctively? I asked, curious. I'm honestly not sure. It's just on a list of skills you're supposed to have, Agony said, giving a shrug. Well, let's give it a go then, I said, picturing where I wanted to be. There wasn't anything concrete to it, not even a pop-up. Then, without transition, I was suddenly in the entryway of the dungeon. I turned and headed for it, thinking it would be good to start outside and walk him through the whole experience. I was already out of the entrance when Agony started emitting a high-pitched noise and clutching my neck. Confused, I came to a stop. Hey, wow, what's wrong? I asked. When no answer came, I reached up and took him into my hands. He looked totally petrified, arms over his eyes. I can't. Agony stopped, uncovering his face. He seemed to have sensed the cool night air. There was no snow tonight, but a cold breeze came down the mountain, and the air felt wet. Maybe there would be rain or slushy sleet before morning. I can't go outside a dungeon. So, you bought surface tiles? Agony asked, though it sounded rhetorical. I figured it out by accident. My raid alarm was muted, so I didn't realize what was going on. Then, thanks to being disoriented, I messed up on a regular tile purchase, I explained. I'd told Agony about how strangely things had gone that day, but not about the exterior plots I'd bought. Agony nodded but didn't seem to actually be listening. Instead, he was flying to the end of the raised entry I'd installed. He settled on the floor, looking up at the night sky. No, not the sky. Agony was looking at the stars. I haven't seen them in. I don't know. That beach is the only sliver of the outside attached to the tutorial, but the sky is always ashen or pitch black, Agony said in a tone that suggested he wasn't really with me in the moment. I didn't begrudge him that. Instead of hovering awkwardly, I settled into an approximation of sitting. My tail drifted off the overhang, forming lazy curls. Is the beach supposed to be a hint that we can buy surface tiles? I asked after a while. It hadn't occurred to me at the time, and I could still be off the mark. It did feel like a clue in retrospect, though. I'd both started and ended outside. Yet, it's admittedly a bit subtle. You're the 5th dungeon that I'm aware of who's ever done it. So, accident or not, you're pretty lucky to have figured it out, Agony said, a grin in his voice. I'll take Fortune's charity any day, I said, half joking. A bit of serendipity was nice, but it wasn't something that could be planned for. Usually a good idea, Agony agreed. Do you want a tour of things up here, or is that a little weird? I asked. He'd said he couldn't leave the dungeon, so I thought it might be unpleasant since there wasn't an identifiable boundary. You couldn't really stray outside of it underground. Not easily anyway. I'd love one, Agony replied easily. He returned to my shoulder, and I carefully went along and showed him the sights. A feat that left me feeling calm since I had a natural instinct about where the boundaries of my domain were. I couldn't wander outside of it accidentally. So, mind texting me that list of skills I should have? I asked. I'll send it later. You have most of them from what I saw. I should have picked up on the teleport issue, but you seemed to intentionally be moving around manually, Agony replied apologetically. Fair enough, I said, raising my shoulder to playfully jostle him. I could understand how it was easy to overlook since I hadn't moved much at the time. The tutorial encouraged the use of the map over physical exploration. Wow, it's been a while since I was around anything flammable, Agony chirped. Then, he hopped down and was happily setting fire to random things as he explored. Thankfully I could put the flames out quickly, so they didn't spread. I was sure the environment would regenerate once damaged, but I didn't want to start a grass fire. The valley's aesthetic would not be improved by it. Once Agony had fun for a while, I felt it was time to bring up some more pressing questions. Of course, inside my chamber would have worked too, but it didn't feel terribly private. Not with the hounds and Chris coming and going as they pleased normally. About Fortune. That day when soldiers came, someone was left behind in the confusion. A human boy man. I ended up employing him, I ventured after strolling a while. Agony looked surprised but not alarmed. Just racking up the exotic stuff, Agony joked, looking over at me before snickering. It doesn't happen often, but it's not like it's against the rules, Agony said, not sounding too excited. He's lawful good, I added. Agony gave a long slow blink before bursting into laughter. What the fuck? How? Just how? He asked, surprised but not alarmed. I was thankful to see that. I helped him cure his mother of a disease, I answered. Of course, I'd done quite a bit more than that, but I did genuinely feel that was why Elim had agreed to work for me. Okay, well, Congratulations! You are officially unique, Agony said, laying back on the stone platform with his hands on his face as he laughed. He was melting it a bit, but like the hound's steps, the stone would repair itself once he moved. Is it a bad thing? I asked, wanting to be reassured I wasn't fucking up after recent events. No idea, no one's ever managed it before, though I guess it's fine, Agony said, sitting up and looking at me seriously. Okay, that's good. Only, so I was editing my skeletons, which gave me the idea to edit the human, my employee, and I paid for a blessing, which I stopped when Agony's expression became one I couldn't read. For a moment, I thought he'd passed out standing up since he didn't so much as blink. Am I in trouble? I asked. No. I mean, this is all new to me. The only real rule for new stuff is that if the system doesn't block it, then it's okay-ish. Or at least you shouldn't get in trouble even if a rule comes out to block it in the future, Agony said, seeming less than sure. However, that was still better than nothing, and I felt a little better overall. Okay, well, I paid for a blessing and then coughed up a crystal labeled as a boon, I continued. Rushing to finish rather than wait for Agony to think of a possible negative. I needed to tell him everything before my courage gave out, and I ran away to hide. Agony nodded, looking like he was weirded out by the news, but not alarmed. He took a couple minutes to think, and I didn't interrupt him. Heroes can receive the benefits of blessings, but not other people. That doesn't stop the gods from bestowing them to others. So, a skilled farmer can have 6 and never get anything out of it, Agony informed me. I'd already read something similar, so it wasn't a surprise. Is there another way for blessings to be activated? I asked. I was curious now that I knew a little more instead of just being scared. Temples should have crystals that can do it, but they rarely let anyone use them. Just like level assessments or class changes, you have to be rich or influential, Agony explained. It matched what Elim had said. Well, that was all my earth-shattering news, feeling up for the rest of the tour. I asked. There was no elegant way to segue from the boon to anything else, so I didn't bother trying. Better to just rip the band-aid off and pivot. Sure, Agony agreed. He looked nonplussed, but I could hardly blame Agony for that. I'd demonstrated all the conversational acumen and grace of a drunken goose. So I steered our exploration to the temple. Nothing like a giant distraction to ease awkwardness. This is dramatic, Agony said as I led him up the staircase to the plaza. He looked with wide eyes at the temple entrance. It was still rough but much more dramatic than the simplified chalk drawing in my chamber of machinations had let on. Damn, planning on starting a religion? Agony asked, inspecting the carvings of the triptych with interest. Isn't Laurel already worshipped? I asked. Her entry had some details on the point, but nothing about how recent the practice was. Not widely, and it's a diminishing faith, Agony said, shrugging. Then maybe I will. I said as I debated some finer points of the idea with myself. I feel like this is your scheming face, Agony said in a playful accusation. My employee has access to item storage and is lawful good. Wanna bet if he can get into a room with one of the fancy crystals with a little financial help? I asked mischievously. I didn't need Elim to steal. Just get a crystal into the inventory for a moment so it would populate to the store. I love it when you talk dirty, Agony said and started laughing. I tilted my head to nuzzle Agony, feeling mighty pleased. It was going to be interesting to see how the local organized religions responded to losing a monopoly. I was anticipating table flipping and felt a perverse glee. Chapter 57. The full tour. Agony and I returned to the dungeon's formal entrance. Like an actual mine, the layer was maze-like, with dead ends where the vein ran out and randomly placed side tunnels. It was complex enough to be difficult to navigate, but not impossibly so even for an average person. I started the tour at a sedate pace, but took a direct route to what would seem like the descent into the dungeon proper to an outsider. This is the entrance layer, no traps or hazards to speak of, I explained as we went. I'm not an expert, but this does look like an abandoned mine, Agony said appreciatively. He flitted about when he noticed something interesting, but otherwise stayed on my shoulder. This area wasn't exactly riveting stuff, especially since he ran the tutorial. This is where outsiders will assume the dungeon actually starts, I added as we came to the descent chamber. A dim shaft of moonlight illuminated the archway leading to the first set of stairs. I'd have been lying if I said I didn't keep checking and adjusting my pace during the tour for optimal visual effect, but Agony didn't ask. The slope of the ceiling did its job, making the transition from tunnel to chamber feel dramatic. Agony let out a low whistle and started exploring. Arrayed in alcoves around the sides of the chamber, I'd placed the safe zone teleport seals. Getting them to glow faintly had been a nuisance, but the effect was entirely worth it. If the adventurers make it to a safe zone, they'll find the matching seal and be able to return here, I explained. Agony nodded, but was eyeing some of the seals curiously. I had to fight down my desire to explain why one of the yellow and all of the red ones were different. He might have already figured it out, but I didn't want to spoil the surprise if he hadn't. Next is the blue stack, right? Agony asked. Feeling that was a not entirely subtle request to continue, I obliged. Yeah, it's mostly aimed at gathering materials, I explained as we took the stairs. I placed some traps, hazards, and a few inconvenient animals to keep things spicy, but nothing serious, I added. This would be another abbreviated tour since emphasis on relatively natural features meant there wasn't too much to show off. It's good to set up things like this. Makes it more enticing and gets people talking, Agony said approvingly. My spine straightened and I stuck my chest out, feeling proud at being complimented. I'm planning to mix some gathering in on lower layers as well, but this will be the only dedicated set of layers for it, I continued. Good plan, you really spent a lot of time on your environment. Where'd you get all these odd lights? Agony asked, laughing as he looked at the dim and flickering magic stones. Might have made them myself, I offered. Made? Agony asked, looking at me pointedly for elaboration. Regular ones are cheap, and I was kind of pissed off. So, I spent a couple hours carefully whacking them with a rock to see what would happen, I admitted sheepishly. It sounded a little crazy when summarized, but such was the artistic process. Seriously? Agony asked, then started laughing. Yeah, I confirmed. I'd have been blushing if I had blood or an equivalent. Now I really can't wait to see what else you've been up to, Agony said, beaming with approval. I nodded, speeding things up and getting us through the descent to the green stacks. This time when we crossed the threshold to the stairs there was a slight tingle in the air. We'd passed through a magic barrier that would prevent backtracking. Prudent, Agony muttered, giving my cheek a little pat. Welcome to the green stacks, where the fun begins, I said dramatically. Unlike the blue stacks, I'd mixed fantastic elements into the natural ones. Bits of crystal, the odd not entirely natural but impressive stone feature, and other artful arrangements. It was a subtle escalation from the first stack. Like the environmental design, I'd added monsters in with natural animals rather than simply switching type. The first mini-boss was a 6-foot-long centipede-like monster. It was relatively tough but still E-grade. So long as adventurers were quick, it wouldn't be hard to defeat. If they weren't though, it would periodically summon more of its kind. Even a half-dozen of such monsters wouldn't be enough to prove a deadly threat. Not even to a low-level solo adventurer, at least if they had heroic classes. Someone without friends and NPC levels would definitely be better off thinking twice, however. Agony prompted with a hum. We'd exited the safe area and were at one of the unfinished levels. I had a change of heart about how many layers to use the other day. This is a stub I'm using as a placeholder, I explained. The space was essentially a large hallway with a safe zone and stairs at the end. Its length matched the completed layer 2 levels down. Agony didn't have much to say as we reached the lair before the hive bat's mid-boss fight. This was where I'd started working lace-like holes into the stone. He eyed the change in terrain suspiciously but still playfully flew in and out of tiny tunnels it created. On the next layer as we approached the bats, the echo of their shrieks reached us well before the encounter. A design feature, I take it, Agony said wryly. I nodded happily. The effect would hopefully be intimidating to an adventurer. A few bat drones were already present, flying about and taking shelter in the random nooks and crannies. Want to take a shortcut? I asked playfully. Agony looked at me mistrustfully but nodded. I intentionally triggered a trap, the floor giving out under us to reveal a slide. It was a 20-foot greased chute that would dump an adventure into the lower level. I hovered down at a moderate pace and we arrived directly in the final boss encounter for the stack. Sink or swim? Agony asked, giving me a devious grin. Can't let people say I'm nice and ruin my reputation, I replied cheerfully. Agony nodded, then started exploring. The stone was riddled with holes to the point where it looked like Swiss cheese. The bats hid in some, flew through others, and generally created a disorienting miasma of flying bodies. At the apex of the room the king and queen bats, the only sapient ones, hung and issued screeching commands. You don't skimp on design, even for a fight, Agony observed. He flicked a small insect that flew nearby, causing it to burst like a piece of popcorn. I think it would be boring for everyone if all they could do was stand around and wait for adventurers, I explained. I'd added moss that leaked a sweet liquid and a couple of innocuous insect hives to the bat encounter as food for them. I hadn't realized they were drones at the time, but I didn't regret it. Having them behave somewhat naturally was more interesting for me, even if they didn't care. The tour through the final layers of the green stack was uneventful at first. Agony appreciated the work I'd put in as well as the first minor puzzles I'd designed. They would be a more prominent feature starting in the yellow stack. The traps I'd been using were also escalating in lethality, but not creativity. So, this will be a patterned boss fight once I stopped. As we arrived at the boss room, I found the moles out and waiting for us. Without prompting, they started drumming their feet on the ground before performing an intricate dance. I watched, dumbfounded as they went through the complex routine. Sweet! Agony shouted, clapping excitedly. You really know how to put on a show. Agony added. When the moles finished, he flew over to the giant boss mole and offered them a fist bump. After that the moles took a bow and rapidly burrowed into the ground, still in sync. I had nothing to do with that, I said, bewildered. At no point had it occurred to me to ask my monsters to dance. This was 100% their own decision. I didn't want to be given credit I didn't deserve. Apparently your weirdness is contagious then, Agony said with a grin. I gave him a little poke for that. I was sad when we left the mole encounter, half wishing they'd put on an encore. It was strange to be caught unaware in my own dungeon, but I found I liked the surprise. When we made it down into the yellow stack, it was technically a shorter trip. There was more to look at but only 3 layers and smaller footprints overall. Here there were still fantasy-style natural elements but blended in were hints of something old and half-forgotten. Not quite a ruin but definitely signs of someone's hand having shaped the place. One with more skill than a human miner. Halfway into the first layer was where the first bits of discernible architectural elements began to appear. Carved arches, broken columns, eroded relief carvings, all faint traces of this place having once looked quite different. Monsters were still present, but the traps and puzzles were growing in importance. This looks like a legitimate ruin, Agony said as he inspected an intricate arch. We were nearing the end of the second layer and I was feeling a surge of anticipation. My little trap wasn't terribly complex but it was a game changer in a lot of ways. I wanted to know what Agony would think of it, but reined in my impatience. The red stack isn't complete, you've already seen what's worth seeing there, but I plan to expand from this into a working version of a fallen civilization. Once I figure out what I'm basing it on or if I'm going freestyle anyway, I explained. Looking stuff up in my encyclopedia had limits. It was chock full of information, but I needed a stronger idea of what I was looking for to constrain the search to a reasonable scope. That's a fun idea, definitely send me pics as you go, Agony said pleasantly. I will. I haven't made up my mind about this stacks arrangement, but it's likely this set will make up the bottom layers. I'm really fond of the design I came up with, I said happily. I adored the lava layers where the hounds lived, but the necropolis was a different kind of challenge. It kept growing in new and interesting ways every time I added another skeleton. As we passed into the second layer's safe zone, Agony stiffened. Instead of a magic barrier at the staircase, this one was at the entrance to the safe zone. He immediately hopped off my shoulder to inspect the space, looking for other differences. When he spotted the teleporter symbol, he grinned wickedly. Sly, he said approvingly. Unlike the other ones that would send you to its matched pair in the descent chamber, this was the receiving end. You could teleport to this level, but not out of it. The magic barrier also prevented backtracking through the level. Thanks, I said simply, inclining my head to accept the praise. I had mixed feelings about my existence as a dungeon master and related issues. Despite that, I'd committed to living this way. So, I was determined to be good at it. Chapter 58. Typical. Agony and I continued on our way, descending from the second layer safe zone to the final layer of the yellow stack. It was an exciting trip since this area had the first instances of traps and puzzles being combined. Sometimes a surprise would trigger as a consequence of an incorrect puzzle choice. Others, the layout of a trap was itself a puzzle. The progression from one or the other to both wasn't exactly elegant. I would have to backtrack and create a less abrupt transition once I had more layers in place. The tour carried on until we reached the boss room. I'd been experimenting with its aesthetic. The natural section of the chamber gave way to an ancient structure revealed by an apparent cave-in. Rubble, fallen stalactites, and non-construct skeletons were lying about for dramatic effect. Agony flew around the chamber, inspecting the mixture of broken columns and decorative stonework I'd added near the mirror. The layout made it look like there was a simple straight shot to the safe zone, since the giant mirror set into the wall didn't look threatening in and of itself. I'd carved a message into the glass and filled it with black and hints of a tarnished silver. Life takes many paths, but the end is always the same. Memento mori, Agony read the inscription aloud. He gave me a really look, but I stuck my nose in the air anyway. It was a little basic but still pretty spooky. Pretty sure you're an example of that not being the case, Agony said archly. Well, pretty sure I died even if I didn't stay that way. So, still technically right, I shot back. Agony rolled his eyes, and I did my best not to think too hard about what either of us had said. Maybe the inner workings of fate and mortality were tutorial or sub-tutorial level information, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I hadn't run up against the system's suppression response for a while, and didn't relish the idea of the existential crisis it was probably delaying. Try passing through the mirror, I suggested. Agony looked at me funny, then inspected the mirror before grinning. He backed up, then darted through, and I followed him in. Inside, the rows of risers were full of skeletons who rained confetti down on us. Welcome, came the group's psychic roar. Then, as the bright paper dots got close enough to Agony, they combusted into colorful sparks. I couldn't explain why, but I'd know that certain chemicals changed the color of fire and had been playing around with the ones at my disposal for a week. What? Agony asked in cheerful astonishment. Instead of answering, I started flying up and into the necropolis proper. Like during New Year's, I'd set up decorations, games, and as much of a party atmosphere as I could manage. Welcome to my dungeon, I chirped. Agony looked at me, then took off to explore. I was pretty pleased, knowing the stone poker chips and fireproofed cards would stand up to him. A significant bit of foresight on my part. When a tablecloth caught fire 10 seconds later, I realized I hadn't accounted for all of the flammables. Shit! I said, hurrying to deal with the fire. No one was in any actual danger from it, but the ash would make a mess. Agony, came an excited baying. Black Moor was running toward the smaller fire elemental and yapping excitedly, catching half the room on fire in the process. I watched the mayhem unfold while most of the skeletons just laughed in amusement. Some didn't even do that, just carrying on with their games as the tablecloth under them burned. By the time everything that could burn was either ash or put up, I was mentally exhausted. Despite that, I made sure to show Agony the commemorative chips I'd made with a cartoon version of him on them. Neat, Agony said appreciatively. A small stack of the various chips disappeared, presumably into his inventory. You made all of these games? Agony asked, gesturing at the shelves where I'd left copies of everything I'd made for public use. Mostly, they're a little jank because I was trying to recreate stuff from memory in a lot of cases. Or based on descriptions, I explained. For example, Dawn and I had a really odd chess variant we worked on sometimes. She didn't have any particular artistic inclination, so getting all the pieces to look right was taking a while. Still, this is really neat, Agony said. It only took a few minutes for him to switch from examining the games to watching the skeletons play them. I'd thankfully fireproofed all of the pieces and cards. Unlike myself, Agony readily invited himself to play and was quickly chatting animatedly with the skeletons. After observing for a while, I felt confident he had things in hand and excused myself. I didn't go far. Instead of going for a walk, I decided to lurk at the top of the grand staircase. I floated on my back and made a detailed series of mental notes about future renovations and a makeshift fire code. An hour passed, and I tried to dredge up the wherewithal to go back downstairs but failed. Below me, the party had shifted gears. Instead of the awkward and subdued energy of the New Year's party, there was a kind of liveliness. I'd summoned a can of chaos soda but had been ignoring it for a while. When I finally went for a drink, I found the can had sealed and refilled itself. I reopened it, amused by the new development. Watching the festivities, I wondered at the change in atmosphere. It wasn't like I got the impression that the skeletons disliked me exactly, but I was their dungeon master. So it wouldn't be that strange for them to find it uncomfortable for me to be around when they were socializing. Mistress! Henry called. I hadn't noticed him coming up the stairs. Hey, everything all right? I asked, shifting into something like a sitting position. He didn't sound worried, so I was only curious rather than concerned. I'm well, are you? Henry asked. I felt my orbs flicker. That he'd been looking for me out of concern was a bit of a surprise. Though in fairness, this wasn't the first time I'd ditched a party midway. Yeah, I was just feeling a little tired, I oversimplified. I can't imagine why, Henry said archly, casting a glance toward the party below. It looked like Chris had taken to juggling wooden balls and Agony. That quickly transitioned to him juggling fire as the balls ignited. The bones of his hands were scorching from exposure to the intense heat of a fire elemental, but he was laughing, insensible to pain. Well, at least they're having fun, I replied dryly. Yet why you were not? Henry asked. I studied the crowd below for a few moments rather than answering. I knew intellectually some of what I was feeling was confirmation bias. I thought something was true, so I interpreted what I saw as evidence to support that assumption. Honestly, unless it's only one or two people, I start to feel awkward. In a crowd like this, I turn into a ball of anxiety, I admitted. Why? We weary your monsters, Henry asked. I flinched at the wording. Of course, it was true in the most literal sense. I was a dungeon master, and they were my summoned monsters. That I didn't think of them that way didn't change the fundamental reality of the situation. That's true, but you guys, the hounds, the moles, you're sapient. You are thinking, feeling, beings. Your people, even if you're no longer human, or never were in the first place. How you see me, I started and fumbled. Explaining that my social anxiety didn't recognize a species barrier was a very involved line of logic. One Henry likely had no frame of reference for. You care what we think of you? Henry asked, disbelief clear in his voice. I rested my elbows on the rail of the stairs and scrubbed my face with my hands. To someone who didn't have the problem, just being that aware and concerned about strangers would sound absurd. That I felt the same way about beings I had no small amount of control over likely didn't make any sense at all. That's part of it, I agreed. I think it's normal to a degree, given the circumstances. I should care how you guys feel and what you think of things. The reason I can't stand crowds is involuntary. I know I'm making more of it than there is, logically. Yet I'm still up here because it's exhausting to fight against after a while, I continued. I hadn't really meant to explain so much, but it felt easy to talk with Henry leaning on the rail next to me. Also, like you said, I summoned you. I'm the dungeon master, it's probably hard to cut loose and have fun around me, and I want everyone to be able to relax. So that just adds to what I was already feeling, I finished. Without memories, I wasn't sure if I'd gone through this as a human, but I felt a bit bad for my prior self if that was the case. It wasn't crippling, but it wouldn't have made life easy. Is my C company an ACAC acceptable alternative? Henry asked softly. I almost didn't catch the words over the din from downstairs. I tilted my head in confusion as I looked at him. He, in turn, looked steadily down at the crowd below us. I had to wonder what kind of impression I'd given him up to this point for him to ask that. Henry, I like spending time with you. No matter the occasion, I replied, gently putting a hand on his shoulder. I didn't want him to think I considered his company a consolation prize. I didn't like how crowds made me feel, but it wasn't like I felt like I was missing out. If I hadn't felt a need to play hostess, I'd have gladly camped out at a table with Henry and a couple others and been fine. I'd done as much the day after New Year's when we played poker without feeling uncomfortable. Mistress, Henry started, turning toward me as he stood. I froze, surprised by how far into my personal space Henry suddenly was. No one got particularly close to me usually. Belatedly I realized my hand was still on Henry's shoulder. I snatched it back and hid it behind my back like I'd done something wrong. I've made you uncomfortable, Henry said, glancing at my arm as he took a step back. I could have kicked myself. No one would have taken that well. Not when I'd yanked my hand back like it was burned. No, you didn't, but... Doesn't my touch bother you? I asked. Henry hesitated to answer, and I felt like squirming but just tightened the grip of my hands behind my back. Henry looked like he was struggling for words, then just gave up in exasperation. We stared at each other, neither one knowing what to say. I felt terrible for putting him on the spot but didn't take the question back. It was better to just hear it than wonder. He'd seemed fine about it before but I couldn't help the nagging feeling he was just being polite. The sound in the air shifted, the tune the bards were playing shifted from a merry jig to something still lively but more sedate in pace. Henry glanced down, then back to me. His posture changed, turning more formal before he executed a neat bow. May I have this dance? Henry asked, holding out a hand to me as he straightened back up. I reached out to accept on impulse. Holding my hand, Henry stepped in close again. His free hand went to my waist and gently drew me in until the space between us vanished. My fear of being found repulsive evaporated. This would have been intolerable if he felt that way. Do why you still think Henry started, but was cut off by a loud crash from below. Christopher, Henry said, like the name was a curse. Looking down, I found Chris and several other skeletons were fighting. The crash had been from them overturning a table in the process. It was my responsibility as a dungeon master to provide them with a decent and entertaining environment. However, that was not the same as putting up with destructive bullshit every time they felt bored. "They are in so much trouble," I growled. Henry chuckled and didn't meet my eyes when I looked toward him. It seemed my irritation lacked gravitas, but that was a concern for later. "Oi!" I shouted, hopping over the rail to land among the combatants. They split apart, clearly shocked by my sudden arrival. "You're all grounded!" I shouted. My declaration drew blank looks. Shit, they probably had no idea what that meant. But they would learn. Oh, how they would learn. Chapter 59. Game on. After the party I was busy in my chamber of machinations, but not alone. Arrayed along the wall in chairs were all the skeletons involved in the fight. All of them were utterly silent aside from the occasional shifting. Since they weren't alive and I was squeamish anyway, I didn't have a lot of options for punishments. Being bored as hell for a day was the best I could come up with. Even then, I'd been a soft touch with the chairs. Not that it really mattered. It wasn't like they would get tired, but I couldn't quite bring myself to make them stand for hours on end. My first impulse after shouting they were grounded had been to shut them in their rooms for the day with outdoor privileges. Chris's claustrophobia had made me rethink that. Chris's general behavior had also made me rethink leaving him alone if the punishment was going to work. So, they'd all ended up in my chamber of machinations, where I could keep an orb on them. You know, you could literally order them not to do shit like that and they'd have to listen, right? Agony asked me. I flinched a little, knowing it was true on an instinctive level but not liking it. Chris and company weren't happy to be punished, but they could and had objected. They'd also been whispering amongst themselves when I was distracted, which got a couple extra hours tacked onto their sentence. Yeah, they'd love that. Just like you love the profanity filter, I said, rolling my orbs. Agony studiously looked away. Just saying, he muttered. They've mentioned they didn't even get to talk when other dungeon masters summoned them. I don't want to be that kind of an asshole, I replied, feeling tired. It felt gross to know I could compel any of my denizens to behave however I wanted, regardless of their wishes. I can't say I'd want you to either, Agony conceded. I nodded, getting back to work. The skeletons who weren't on my shit list for the day had been texting me since the party had ended. Agony had decided to stay for a couple days and they'd had an idea for a surprise that required my help. So this is your process? Sketch, layout, walk it, tinker? Agony asked. I could tell he wasn't having the best time watching me work, but I couldn't blame him. It was kind of like sports, always more fun to play than to watch. He was probably also full up to his gills, thanks to the tutorial. Yet, sometimes I skip the layout with my extra tiles, but I rarely end up keeping those designs. That's more just to give me something to do when I'm feeling uninspired, I explained. That or work on one of my side projects, I added. Side projects? Agony asked. Like the poker chips, games, some art, I explained. Oh, the art for the temple? Agony asked. Hey? No, that's work stuff. Side projects are just stuff to keep all work and no play from making 42 a dull girl, I replied. To illustrate my point, I took some items out of my inventory and placed them on a makeshift table for Agony to inspect. What the fuck? Agony asked, sounding delighted. He'd immediately been drawn to a rough draft of a painting. It was a parody of Washington crossing Delaware. I was at the front with the coat worn like a cape, but with a proper powdered wig and hat. Stalin and Blackmore pushing up from either side and the skeletons arranged like rowers behind me. Rowers who were playing cards instead of rowing. I could have technically called the painting done and gone to the final draft, but the skeletons were generic. I kept noodling it, changing poses, painting specific skeletons, and adding details as I got to know them and their personalities. The rest of the odds and ends on the table fascinated him as well, and he took his time studying all of my makeshift beanbag experiments in particular. While Agony was busy with that, I quickly did some tile work in my interface. It wasn't pretty, but the stub layers in the green section were filled out with a decent labyrinth-style floor plan. I quickly texted interested parties before Agony got done with his inspection. Chris, Kesha, Angelo, and Icarus, you're all free to go, I said. Chris bolted without needing further prompting. Kesha left in a sulky kind of trudge that I didn't know how to interpret. She'd resisted being grounded indignantly but without a specific reason beyond not wanting to be punished. Icarus was the only outright surprise in the group. I'd only recently started acquiring halflings and he was one of the first. He'd jumped into the fight with gusto but completely clammed up and refused to explain why. A fact which put him on a short list of skeletons I was keeping an eye on. You can stay and hang out if you want to, I offered to Kesha. I took her apparent hostility at face value, but that didn't mean I couldn't be mistaken. She could have been shy or possibly upset about something like being ignored. That Kesha made an indignant noise and immediately started power walking out disabuse me of that notion. I really needed to take a minute and figure out what was up with her eventually. She seems nice, Agony said archly. Kesha is Kesha, I said diplomatically. As much as I might not like Kesha, there wasn't a reason to casually talk shit about her either. One of my other side projects isn't exactly mine. When I get materials I upgrade their quality, then hand them over to the skeletons to use. Some of them have trade skills, I said, not bothering with a transition. Was that why some of them were wearing clothes? Agony asked, stone eyebrows creeping up toward his flaming hair. Pretty much, those are mostly Henry's handiwork. He's the Chevalier, I explained. Hey, I was wondering about that. It was weird to see, it made the others seem, Agony trailed off in embarrassment. Naked? Yeah, once you see it, it can be unseen, I offered cheerfully. It didn't bother me anymore, but it was jarring at first. Now I just thought it would be fun to do historical parody art featuring the skeletons. They would make fun decorations for the necropolis if the skeletons agreed. Great, Agony said with a dramatic sigh. I laughed at that and he joined me after trying to keep a straight face for a beat. Finally, I got the text I was waiting for. Want to hit the necropolis? I feel like we're due for a break, I asked, doing my best to sound casual. Hell yeah! Agony agreed, without even a pretense of hesitation. I rolled my orbs and then teleported us into the entry chamber behind the mirror. Agony looked around in confusion. Almost all the skeletons were present and there was an excited atmosphere. Agony, welcome to the first ever Dungeon Delvers League game, I said brightly. I opened a screen in share mode and expanded it massively. I set it in front of the mirror just above the height of the tallest skeleton. It wouldn't stop them from walking through, but I liked to keep the view of the area beyond the mirror unobstructed. Dungeon what now? Agony asked in open confusion. You'll see, I chirped. Henry flagged us over and I found he'd set up a new quilt on a riser. Dawn was with him, and we all lounged like picnickers. The screen showed the security feed of the area just in front of the dungeon's formal entrance. A group of skeletons, the Azure Devil Turkeys, were the descending team. The game was a comedy of errors. The skeletons were intimately familiar with the dungeon's interior, but were contending with the environment as an enemy for the first time. Setting off traps wouldn't kill them, but if they got hit they received penalties and RESPing teammates were out for the rest of the mock raid. This is insane, Agony cooed happily from my shoulder. I was pleased he was enjoying the show and proud of the skeletons. I'd helped a little, but the majority of the rules and structure choices had been made by committee. The monsters, with only minimal prompting, were pleased as punch to beat the ever-living shit out of each other. With no real death possible for any of the parties participating, they didn't have a reason to hold back. I didn't bother hiding my discomfort when the Azure Devil Turkeys reached the mole encounter. Up to this point the combat had been relatively bloodless, but the smallest mole was the size of a man and they were mammals. They would bleed. Despite that, they'd been enthusiastic about participating, much like the bats. As much as I found it unnerving, they were free to do so as long they wished. Finally, the devil turkeys reached the mirror level and the defending team was up. The black demon rabbits had been on standby on the lowest riser, watching the descent with interest. The room was full of excited cheers, booing, and curses as chips were won and lost with dizzying speed. The descending team would make its points from how well it navigated the dungeon and its combat performance. The defending team would only be able to earn points if they managed to defeat the other team. They'd switch places later in the season, however, so a loss in a single match wouldn't be decisive. 10 chips on the turkeys. I called out. I was caught up in the frenzy as the two groups faced off. Bets could be placed until they crossed blades. Dawn noted my bet in a book, bookie almost by default as won the few literate skeletons. No one held back, even when they reached their own level. The defending black demon rabbits came out of the mirror hot. They took the win in the end, but the azure devil turkeys gathered a lot of points, so their season was far from over. I was about to ask Agony what he'd thought as the teams prepared to re-enter, but he'd gone off like a shot to welcome them himself. I laughed, happy to see everyone having fun. Chapter 60. Our sweet burning home. In the morning, after the game, I went to find Agony in the lava area and see him off. He looked as reluctant as I felt, but I didn't say anything. He'd already explained that he had to go back, and drawing things out would only make it harder. So instead, I gave him a cheek nuzzle that he returned with a hug. Weirdly, Agony had also seemed to have made friends with Christopher. The troublesome skeleton showed up to send him off of his own volition. I hadn't stayed for much of the after-party for the league, so I'd missed out on the apparent bonding. Thought you might like this, I said, offering Agony a can of chaos soda. Thanks, 42, Agony said appreciatively. I watched him head for the portal when I noticed something odd. Usually, the can said soda on it when I bothered looking. Not a frequent occurrence since it didn't indicate the flavor. Whis was partly visible in the cola font. If I was right about what I was seeing, it was more likely that Agony was just hungover rather than feeling sentimental about departing. It also explained why he'd asked me to talk softer, though my average volume didn't bother him before. Hey, I started a moment too late. Agony waved to me as he disappeared into the vortex of the portal. I think I just gave him a can of booze bigger than he is, I said to no one in particular. Ha, was wondering if you'd catch that, Chris replied and made a grinding chuckle noise. Like the other skeletons, he was physically mute. Despite that, he somehow managed to create approximations of the teeth-sucking tch sound and laughter. Both were feats he'd accomplished without any of the fleshy components or breathing customarily associated. I got the feeling that if he'd had them, he'd be the guy who could make all manner of sounds with alarming accuracy at parties. I'm very observant, I replied with a sigh. Since it was cola for me, I'd assumed it would be for everyone who tried one. I was going to have to think of something new to call it. That chaos beverage was the first thing that popped into my head, confirmed I was still bad at naming things. Anyway, since you're here, you're going to be my assistant today, I said flatly. By assistant, I meant I was going to drag Chris around with me to keep an eye on him. He seemed to be at the epicenter of most shitstorms. I figured I'd give the rest of the skeletons a break. That didn't mean I couldn't phrase it nicely, though. Ooh. Can I make traps? Chris asked, excited. We'll see, though I'll definitely let you have input in picking them. I'm working on the lowest layers today. I've been neglecting the hounds a bit, I explained. So I can help with their stuff? Chris asked, excitement growing. Yes, I said decisively. It didn't matter that this had started as a thinly veiled punishment. Chris was responsive. That was more than I usually got out of him if mayhem wasn't involved. I wanted to see where this would go. Chris followed after me happily as we headed down into the red stacks. I could have teleported us, but I liked the act of moving around manually, as Agony had put it. At least when I wasn't pressed for time or needed to get somewhere otherwise challenging to reach. The bottom layer of the red stacks where my core was left a lot to be desired. I'd spruced it up as I went to make the hounds more comfortable, but that was a relative statement. It had none of the separations or spaces. So, the first thing is going to be making an employee-only space. Like the necropolis, I explained while I worked. It was easy to make an empty chamber then slide all the lava stuff over and into it. It's a little trickier than with you guys, though, because they need a lot of space for running and puppies, I continued. That got me yanked around without warning. Chris had a hand on my shoulder, which was more than enough to overpower my weird physics-be-damned body. They have puppies? Chris asked me in a deathly serious tone. I felt my orbs flutter. This was the kind of voice that actually lent a bit of credence to the idea he'd have been the sort of person who desired to be an assassin in life. I struggled mightily not to laugh at the incongruity of the question. Not yet, they want to, but this place isn't suitable yet, I replied with false calm. Chris let go of my shoulder, nodding as he did. I didn't expect him to be an animal lover, and it might only apply to these particular burniation machines, but it was cute. So, with that in mind, we need to make their private area secure. That means looking through the shop to find something to hide the entrance. Hopefully, with an option to make it so the pups can't get out, I continued as I opened my store in share mode. Chris looked with interest as I started using filters to narrow down the items on display. I'm not going to let some asshat farm them for XP. I don't care that they respawn. There's no way that wouldn't be traumatic, I mumbled. Lots of animals and monsters were entirely happy to fight. There was no sense in going after the vulnerable or harmless ones. Chris caught my orbs and nodded gravely in agreement. He really did seem significantly more intimidating when he wasn't acting like a jackass. Another dog-loving assassin would likely approve. I did my best to make the experience more collaborative. Not just more than my usual process but even more so than when I'd let Agony observe. Chris watched with interest as I painted outlines on the floor. This let him see what I was planning to do at the proper scale. Something hard to get a feel for if you were looking at the map or art interface. It still wasn't Chris's idea of a good time, but he seemed like he was trying to play along. He was too energetic and fidgety by half but mostly behaved. When he finally got too squirrely, I let him run off to play fetch with Stalin and Blackmoor. Stalin was more of a fan of the game than Blackmoor. So she came over to see what I was up to instead. The lady was definitely the curious one in the family. Mistress. What are you doing? Blackmoor called out. Her tone was excited rather than worried. She liked it when I made changes. I moved your area over to the left, and I'm about to put a seal on the passage between it and the boss room to keep adventurers out, I said, distracted as lines of paint appeared on the placeholder tiles. I'd started physically painting things out for Chris's benefit, but now I found I liked it. It was more interesting to sketch things out on the actual floor and saved me some time. If I didn't like the proportions of a design or the flow, then I hadn't wasted time or mana buying and manipulating tiles. What kind of seal? Blackmoor asked. Good question, I said and started looking through my options. I was torn between buying it now or waiting and getting it at refresh. I could use my mana on tiles for the layout and make things homier for the hounds if I waited. On the other hand, if I bought the seal first, I could play with the security settings now. That was technically more important. Not that I had a hard deadline. The other issue was aesthetic. The mirror was handy in the skeletons area since it suggested that the skeletons were spawned by magic rather than walking through a portal. I need something that would be camouflaged for the hounds and keep adventurers out even if they did find it. I settled on a portal enchantment at the back of a lava fall that I placed against the wall. I decided to go with safety over aesthetic for the moment and set it. It cost half my mana, but I was pleased to find it had quite a few customizable settings. Like the mirror, I could designate that only dungeon denizens were allowed to pass through it. Figuring out how to make it into a baby-gated door instead of a free passage took a couple tries. There was a setting for it, thankfully. Developmental stage, buried in other filtering options. Only monsters at the young adult level of maturity and over could pass through it into the boss room. Black Moor helped me make the entrance comfortable for a hound while thoroughly discouraging anything else. Even with heat resistance magic maxed out, an adventurer would find the portal nearly impossible to reach. Chris rejoined me along with Stalin. He took a hand in making some of the rock formations. To mark the entrance a little more clearly for the hound's benefit, I added a hound-like shape to the rock the lava fall flowed from. Nothing sculptural, just a vague sense of what it might be like when you stared at clouds. My efforts were appreciated, but the hounds had their own method. Stalin, in a generous mood, pissed all over the area. "Thanks, buddy," I said deadpan. Hearing that, Stalin started getting excited, expecting to be pet. Knowing he was just doing what was natural, I laughed and gave in to his expectation. Blackmore hurriedly followed suit, wanting to be a good girl too, and soon I was petting both. Mistress? I meant to ask sooner, but Agony gave me an idea for a better bone for my last name. Chris started, and I went still, listening with interest and wondering what sort of awkward thing they'd cooked up. "Coccyx, because rogues do it from behind," Chris said dramatically. He seemed pleased when I giggled on cue. A pleasure I suspected would have wilted if he had any idea that I was laughing because of his unbridled enthusiasm for the joke. "I thought it was going to be something weird like a baculum," I replied. Stalin and Blackmoor didn't care about our conversation, just wanting more pats, and they were happy to bowl me over to get them. "What the fuck is a baculum?" Chris asked, obviously confused by the foreign word. "A bone for fucking," I chirped. Chris paused, jaw hanging down in shock. I realized a little late that I'd just effectively signed up to explain the weirdness of animal anatomy. Something I'd rather not do. "Wayot?" Chris asked, just a ball of gleeful curiosity. Going by how he'd hunkered down, chin on palms and elbows on knees, I wasn't going to get out of it.